Good morning. I'd like to, it is 9:01. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming and full in-person board meeting is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. The board will go into closed session if needed, and if doing so, we will announce and address item 1 on the closed session portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Are there any public comments?
Madam President, there are no public comments at this time.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, good morning. Yours was, I'm on microphone.
You know what, I'll even volunteer to do it again since I'm getting so good at it.
We always start with our land acknowledgement and Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Ballerini.
Our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Drake, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We have an overview of the day from Mr. Riley.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome back. We're going to continue today with our time with Mr. Merchant from the Arbinger Institute with our outward mindset training that we commenced yesterday. So we're looking forward to a very productive day. Thank you.
Then I will start with Mr. Merchant, and we're planning to break for lunch about 12:10. And after lunch, we're going to take 20 to 30 minutes as a board to have a closed session on item 1. And that will give you guys all a real chunk of time, hopefully, because I know you guys are still trying to work and do this. So that'll give you a solid chunk of time just for everybody's planning for the day. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Great. Good morning. Love the stool. So it was apparently Chris's, but we didn't know how it was used, but it's nice. I heard last night's meeting wasn't too long. That's nice. Yeah, that's really good. Got you over there, David. All right, well, what we'll do is we're going to kick off with just a quick review. what we learned yesterday, really, really short, and then we'll dive into, as I mentioned yesterday, look, how do we actually turn inward? So, okay, so any comments, thoughts, questions as of yesterday as you were thinking about what we learned? You might have? Okay, so we started off yesterday by talking about this idea that mindset drives behavior that drives results, right? So we want to achieve new levels of performance here in the district. We know we need to change our behaviors, but look, if we just try and change behavior without changing mindset, we're likely to just go back to the old results. So we've got to focus on how we improve and change our mindset, which is how we see others, how we see challenges, how we see opportunities, how we see ourselves. And we said there are two mindsets. One mindset is really focused on my own objectives, what I'm trying to accomplish, what I'm trying to achieve, and an outward mindset where we're focused on the mission, our community, the children, the families we serve, those that we have responsibility towards that work here. Something other than just ourselves is in the equation. So just as a quick review, so what does it mean to have an inward mindset? Well, others aren't people to me, they're what? They're just objects to me. And I'm focused on what? Yeah, just what I'm trying to accomplish, what I want to achieve. And I think, who's the problem? Everybody else outside of me. And I'm really not alive to my impact on others. I'm helping or hindering them, but I'm not alive to that and the work that I'm trying to do. And I'm convinced that always that I'm doing the right thing, right? I've justified myself into thinking that I'm doing the right thing. And I'm not really open to feedback from others. And yet with an outward mindset, people are what to me? Yeah, they're people. They count, they matter, they've got ideas, thoughts, perspective, and they're in the equation. I'm focused on impact. In other words, I'm thinking about how am I helping or hindering those that I work with, right? And those that I have responsibility towards. And then I'm naturally collaborative because I see that there are others here in the room that have ideas and perspective. I want to learn from them. And so we know that we're always going to be better together than in a separate kind of way. I'm curious about others, their objectives, their challenges, their needs, and I'm influenced by that. And then I want to be accountable for my results. So in other words, I want to know. And if I'm not interested in my impact on others, pretty good chance where am I, right? So I want to know. And then I'm open to feedback from others. Okay? So now we said with an inward mindset, we work together in a separate kind of way. But in an outward mindset, we work together in a together kind of way. And then we made a list of all the possibilities, the things we thought we could accomplish. I don't know where that list went, but it's a great list of the things we could accomplish if we were working more often in a together kind of way. Now, the one point I want to make here is the difference between an inward mindset and an outward mindset is that with an outward mindset, you're in the equation. In other words, your objectives, challenges, needs are in the equation. I'm not just thinking about my results, I'm thinking about our results, mine and yours. So we're going to take a little time, and we're going to bring the outside triangle into the equation for each one of us. And so we're going to do one of our tools, one of our outward mindset tools, called Meet to Learn. So I'd love to have you kind of look around the room, love to have you find another person that maybe you don't know quite as well as you know others. And kind of, if you look around, kind of lock eyes with them for a minute. And we're going to have you partner up with them, just somebody you don't work with quite as much, you don't interact with quite as much as others. And look, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to learn about them. And then we're going to apply Meet to Learn. Now, Meet to Learn is actually in your handbook. It's under page 37. Excuse me, it's number 7 on the application side. But I'll just put it up on the screen so it makes it really easy for you. This is what the tool looks like when you print it off and use it. But what you're going to do is you're just going to get curious. You're just going to learn everything you can about them, right? You're going to say, look, what are your roles? What are your objectives? What are the challenges you face? What are your headaches? What are your aspirations? And you're not going to take their first response. You're going to say, tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. And then take a few notes in your handbook on who you met with and what you learned. Because when we're done, I'm going to say, all right, what did you learn today that you didn't know before that you're now going to take into account? Okay? All right, so find a partner, Meet to Learn. We'll just take quick 15 minutes, which means 7.5 minutes each, to learn from each other. It's under application, so. Yeah, you'll see if you open the workbook.
And then it's under application. Oh, I see.
Yeah, application. It's under application number 7.
You want to go with Travis?
So you'll see 2 columns there in your workbook. Yeah, application number 7. Everybody find a partner? These two. These two, these two, these two, these two, these two, these two. Well, you and I can do it, me tomorrow. Look, if you, testing 1, 2, it's on now. Yeah. It's a great story. Awesome, awesome. What else? Yeah. Well, we need the same things, exactly. Good, good, good. Well, here's the thing. Now that you've brought that, I mean, what naturally occurs when you get interested in somebody else and you learn about them, when you bring them into the equation, what do you feel? Yeah, empathy, concern, compassion upon them. Well, look, what I've learned in my life is the truth about others, the very thing I don't see when I'm inward, is the very thing that can get me out. because it's the truth about them, their story, their experiences, their challenges, their needs that actually chases away my box and replaces it with empathy and care and compassion. If I feel anything but care and compassion toward you, pretty good chance, where am I? If I feel anything but care and compassion toward you, pretty good chance I don't know who you really are. Just my self-fulfilling, distorted view of you that I have when my mindset is inward, right? You're not a person. You're a vehicle, obstacle, or relevancy to me. And so now, how many of you will actually probably not see each other again the same as a result of just the conversation you just had, right? You can ask a second question of them. We won't pass each other in the same way. And I love that as kind of a measure for me. How well do I know people? Can I actually ask them a second question? Like, did you meet that deadline last week? I know you were trying to get to it. Or how's your son doing, with his football games? Whatever it is we've learned, right? It's hard to unlearn that now when we see them and move forward. So, all right, return to your seats. Return to your seats. Okay? So this is a tool that's in your toolkit that you can use anytime. It's called Meet to Learn. You can kick off a meeting with Meet to Learn, but it's a great way just to bring those outside triangles into the equation. So, all right. So we're going to take a few minutes to talk about how do we turn inward. If having an inward mindset only invites resistance in others, how do we get there? Because we all get there. We live our lives in a combination. Sometimes we're inward, sometimes we're outward. Well, how we turn inward is through an act of self-betrayal. What is self-betrayal? Well, it's this idea. All of us have a sense that other people are people. That we have a sense of how we'd want to be treated if we were in their circumstances. We have a sense of how we ought to be towards them. In fact, I was with my family in D.C. last August, and we went to the Natural History Museum. And downstairs, it talks about all the very things that separate us from every other living creature on the earth. And it's this sensibility. We might call it our conscience. We might call it our heart. Whatever we call it, we have this sensibility about others. Honor that sense, life flows. Betray that sense, we create a new need in our life. We now have to justify why it is I'm not treating somebody else as a person who counts and matters like I matter. And the easiest way to justify it is to objectify them. So let's actually unpack that idea here for just a minute. And Mark, can I pick on you for a minute? Think of all the people in the room. You'd probably let me get away with it the most. Okay, so let's just say I come across some information that I know would be super helpful to Mark. He's got a project he's working on. I know this would mean a lot to him, just to go over and share this information with him. And so if I was to see him as a person, who counted like I counted, what would occur for me to do? Just go share it with him, right? Just go share it with him. And if I was to just simply go and share it to them, just life flows, right? There's no need to pat myself on the back, tell 25 people about it. I just do it because it would be helpful to him, right? So in the moment, I felt this desire to share this information with him, knowing that it would be helpful to him. I had a choice. Right? What was my choice? Share it or not? Share it or not, right? And so again, if I share it, life flows. But betray that sense, something happens. If I betray that sense, in other words, I don't share the information, I know it would be helpful to him, but I don't share it with him, I now have to say something about him and about me that makes it okay for me not to share that with him. So I create this brand new need in my life, this need for justification. So Mark, what would I need to say about Mark, you guys? What would I need to say about him that would make it okay for me to not share that with him? What was that, Beth? He should know it already. Exactly. What else? He doesn't share anything with me. Right, what else? What was that? Yeah, it might actually be harmful in some way. What was that, Travis? Yeah, he went to Wisconsin, right? So what's he going to do with it anyway? So does that make sense? Look, when I felt to share it with him, I had no need to think of him that way. But suddenly I do. Suddenly I do. Now, what would I need to say about me that would make it okay for me not to share that information with him? Yeah, might make him look a little better than me. What else? What do I need to say about me? I'm too busy, right? Got too much going on. He can go find it himself, right? Yeah, exactly. So, and again, suddenly I'm having these thoughts about me that I didn't have previously when I simply felt to share the information with him, okay? So do any of these thoughts and feelings I'm now having actually invite me to go back and share it with him? No, what do they do for me? Yeah, they justify me not sharing that with them. So I've created this brand new need in my life, this need to be justified. It's as if I put on darkened glasses. And why do we wear darkened glasses? Because they refract the light. And so now the light of another human being is refracted and distorted in a way that makes it okay for me not to share this with them, right? And I'm not only looking at Mark through these reflected glasses, I'm looking at myself through them as well. So I'm now cut off from the truth about him and about me. I see him falsely and I see myself falsely in self-fulfilling, justifying ways, okay? So just to recap this just for a minute. So when I failed to share the information with him, right, when I came across this, knew this would be helpful to him, was he a person or an object to me in that moment? A person, right? A person. So my mindset was where? Outward. And exactly. Now, is he still a person to me? Now that I betrayed myself? No, what is he to me? An object. So where's my mindset? Inward. So how did I go from outward to inward? Through that act of self-betrayal. Most common thing we all do. We do it multiple times a day, right? Feel to treat another as a person, feel to stop and listen, feel to call mom just to talk, and we don't do it. We don't do it. So I'd love to have you think for just a moment about a time, just in your brain for a moment, a time when you felt to treat another as a person and you didn't do it. I'll give you a couple simple examples, and hopefully something will come to the surface for you. So driving home on the I-15, trying to get off at Vineyard there in Utah, where I live, and I'm just pulling off the exit, and there's a gentleman just trying to get in. He'd missed the exit, and he's trying to get in front of me. And I just feel pull back and let him in. But instead, right, I speed past him. Well, all the way home, I'm now having to have this conversation about myself. Like, how busy am I? I got to get home mow the lawn before it's dark, right? I've got this to do. I've got that to do. And why didn't he plan earlier to pull over at the exit? So now I have a development director at Anasazi. I was in at Anasazi early one morning, and I'm opening up my blinds, and I'd been out of the office for a few weeks, and I see my development director, Sean. He's walking across the parking lot, and I just know as I watch him walk across the parking lot that it would mean the world to him. I just took a few minutes to let him download with me before the meeting started and the phone started going, and just let him talk. Let him just share with me. But instead, I get up and close my blinds, close my door so they won't know that I'm in the office, right? And so we all do this, right? We all do this. You come home at night and your partner knows had a long day and they've already gone to bed and there's a stack of dishes. And you feel like, hey, I should probably clean up the kitchen, and you don't do it. And suddenly you create this new need, this need for justification, okay? Now, I want to make a clear point here, and that is there are times I might fail to help Mark, but I can't because I promised Heidi I'd be in a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And so I say, Mark, I'd love to come and help you, but I promised that I'd be at this meeting with Heidi. So I go to the meeting with Heidi still with the desire to help Mark. That doesn't feel like a self-betrayal because we can't possibly do everything we feel to do for others. But there's times when we can and we don't. That's what we're talking about, right? That's what we're talking about. Any questions about that idea? Yeah, Sean. You choose not to. Yeah, no, and that's, again, we do that. And even with those we care about, sometimes, right, we feel to do it and we don't. We can and we don't. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You see people who just honor that sense, right? Just honor it. And that's my hope, is to do that more often. But here's the thing. We all betray ourselves. In other words, that's how we get in the box. And so we all get in the box. And so I shared self-betrayal because that's how we get there. But the challenge is, when we get there, we've now justified ourselves out of it, right? So we've now convinced ourselves why we should go share the information. But there's some red flags that will tell us when we're in the box. Some red flags. And some of you remember the red flags we talked about in the past. So some red flags. So if you'll go to your handbook, if you'll go to, I think it's under self-betrayal, go to handbook there in the first column. Self-betrayal. and scroll down, you'll see a list of red flags. So I'm going to share with you, Mark, you okay if I keep picking on you? Okay, so I'm going to share with you a list of red flags that I experienced in my own life, and I'm going to use Mark to be thinking about that for a moment, because all I know is my own life. And as I share these with you, if there's a red flag that I share and you're like, oh my gosh, I do that, check the box, check the box. If I share something with you, you don't do it, don't check the box. Because I just want this to be your list of red flags, not Mike's, but yours, okay? So here's a couple common ones that we might all experience. First one is, look, I justify. Now, for me, it's how I justify that's my red flag. Like it starts with mental chatter. I start talking to myself. Like, why is he doing this to me, right? He didn't share with me, or what? You know, I start talking to myself. I start talking about Mark and how he hasn't been helpful here and how he might not use the information in the right way, but it's all going on in my head. So if mental chatter is a red flag for you, pretty good chance you check that box. I justify, right? Now, the challenging thing for me is I don't just tell myself. I end up telling others why I can't share the information with Mark. I'll tell three other people at work. I'll tell a total stranger on the train why I couldn't share the information with Mark. And those people look at me and say, Mike, I couldn't share that information with him either, given all that's on your plate. You're amazing. I love those people. I love those people. But there's always someone that's going to come along, like Michael over there. Michael will say, well, Mike, how come you didn't share this information with Mark? That would have been really helpful to him. Well, I got super defensive with Michael. Does that make sense? Super defensive. So that's a red flag for me because he has no idea about all my obligations, all my responsibilities. So defensiveness, that's a red flag, big red flag for me. So now, next one up there is we blame, and we blame others. And I don't typically say blaming things. I usually blame with my emotions. So how do you suppose I'm going to be with Mark all day long as we interact with each other and work together? Yeah, little curt, little short. He has no idea what's going on, right? It's like, wow, what's up with Mike today? But why? Because I'm blaming him for the reason why I can't share the information with him. We don't blame others because of what they're doing to us. We blame others because we're doing or not doing for them, right? So I'm blaming him. Then we horribilize. Now, this is not a word. I'm in front of a bunch of educators here. This is not a word. But it does work really well, which means we exaggerate things. We make things out to be way bigger than they really are. So when I do that two ways, one is I do it through my memories. So what kind of memories am I now having about Mark now that I've betrayed myself? Every bad one, right? When he blew me off here and he made that decision without including me. And so in other words, my history is with me right now. How I see my past, how I see my future depends upon my mindset. When I'm inward, how do I see my past? Well, through those darkened glasses in a way that justifies me right now. And how do I see my future working with Mark? More of the same, right? And yet when I'm outward, do I have any need to see my past that way? No. And how do I see my future? Well, possibilities, all kinds of things he and I can accomplish and do together, right? And so one way I horribilize is through my memories. The other way I horribilize is by calling them out, pointing it out, right? And there's nobody more honed in on the hypocrisy of others than somebody who needs justification. And so Mark will be in a meeting, and I'll call him out for something he didn't get done, right? And so I horribilize his faults, right, in order to justify my own. So another one is we label people, right? In fact, we're so smart nowadays because we have so much information available to us, we'll even diagnose them, right? We'll give them a diagnosis. They're just this or that, or personality type, or whatever they are. We label them. They're not people, they're this, right? We also exaggerate differences. Like my job's way harder than Mark's, which isn't the case probably at all, but we exaggerate differences. We exaggerate values. Something becomes more important than Mark. Time, space, respect, trust. Something becomes more important than the person right in front of me. At home, it's homework. It's a messy room. It's the gas in the car. The budget. Something becomes more important than the person right in front of me. That's a huge red flag for me. And I hold on to being right around that with a white knuckle grip. And then I'm super worried about myself. Now, when I share this with you, you're going to, if you're like me, when I first heard this, I'm like, oh my gosh, I do that. So if I've justified myself in not sharing this information with Mark by saying I'm too busy, right? I'm too busy to share it with him. At what pace do you think I'm going to be going down the hallway here to the restroom or to a meeting? Really fast pace. Why? Because I have to have others see that I'm justified and not sharing the information with them. In other words, I'm now arranging myself in people's mind to have them see me as justified. I'm super worried about how people see me, and I want to be seen as justified. So as I share those with you, any of those stand out for you? Anybody have one or two red flags? You're like, hey, I know that one, right? Okay. Now, all of us have our own, everyone in this room, made up a little differently, have different influences in our lives, and so we all have our own personal red flags. Some of us go quiet, walk away. Some of us get really snippy. Some of us just keep adding to that legal brief in our brain, right? Now, for me, I act busy, as I shared. I act busy, and I'm too busy for you. You can come in my office and talk to me. I'll talk to you, but I'm not going to look up from my laptop, which just see all that's on my plate. Now, at work, I've learned how to put on the courteous airs, but at home, my busyness has noise attached to it. I'm way more childish at home. So I'm climbing through the garage, kids messed up. I'm climbing through the dishes that nobody did. I want everyone to see, right? Now, even though my behaviors are different at home and work, my emotions are how I feel are the same. I feel overwhelmed. I feel put upon. I feel like I'm the only one here that's got it. So on the bottom of that little sheet there, just write down, hey, how do you act and feel when you've betrayed yourself and you're in a box? How do you act and feel? Do you get busy? Like I said, I was training a large retail chain. Many of you probably frequented at some point. And the CEO looks at me and says, she goes, I'm a pretty funny person. But when I betray myself and I get in the box, my humor has an edge to it. And I said, well, and then she says, I get really sarcastic. I said, well, how do you feel when you're doing that? She gets right in my face and says, I feel like I can just blow you away. Okay, whoa, right? So all of us have our own. So somebody gets sarcastic, some of you get loud, some go quiet, some just want to go to bed, right? Whatever it is, write it down. What are your red flags? Your personal red flags on the bottom of that sheet. Okay, so what we're going to have you do at your tables. Oh, by the way, here's one that you might add if you want to. I was thinking about it a minute ago. In The Anatomy of Peace, which is a book that inspired by Anasazi, the organization I ran, and we use the language of a heart at war, which I love that. If I can't think of all the other red flags, I have a heart at war. How many of you have done the dishes with a heart at war before, right? Had a conversation with a partner or a child or right, with a heart at war, a coworker. We all have. And so I love that one. Whereas when I honor my sons, I have a heart at peace. When I betray myself, I have a heart at war. I love that. Now, it's not that I'm warring with the other person. I'm not warring with Mark. I'm warring with myself because I'm treating Mark as someone less than who he really is. That make sense? So a heart at war. That might be one you add to it. So if you're at your tables, if you take just a minute and just share at your tables, just say, hey, here's a common red flag that maybe stood out for me or a personal red flag. And by the way, you can pass. This is not group therapy. You do not have to share if you don't feel comfortable sharing. But if you'd like to share, what's kind of fun about it is like Sean might share a red flag of his, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I do that too. So I'm going to add it to my list, right? So it's kind of fun to hear each other's because you realize, oh, I do that too. So, all right, we'll take just a few minutes, share a red flag or two that stands out for you. Okay, just another minute or so. Another minute or so. Hey, so how many of you heard a red flag from somebody else at your table and you're like, I do that, right? So super helpful. Now, here's the idea. The first step to turning outward is noticing your inward. First step to turning outward is noticing your inward. In fact, that's why the red flags are so helpful to me, right? They're just super helpful. And in fact, I'm not going to predict it for all of you, but most of you will probably get in the box before the day's out. You might even get in the box towards me. But when you get there, I hope you'll notice that you're there. And rather than go to the place you'd normally go to, like, why are they doing this to me? You'll start to consider, like, what might I be doing right now, right? How might I be making things more challenging or harder for them? So notice the red flags. Let them tell you something. I actually think the most important quest we can all go on as we leave here today won't be to leave here and say, I'm going to go see people's people. I want you to see people's people. But if that was your only quest, you'd think it was just be nice. It was just a behavior you put on. No, your most important quest we all go on when we leave here today is to begin to notice when our mindset's inward and be quick to turn outward, right? Notice when you're inward and be quick to turn outward. Now, you might all get up and walk out of here when I tell you this, but there's a large percentage of my life when I don't believe a thing I'm telling you. Because when my mindset's inward, who do I think is a problem? Everybody else, right? And so, but I don't stay there as long. I don't stay there as long. And before Arbinger, it was probably 80% of my life. Now it's at least 50, so I think the trend's in the right direction. But I don't stay there as long. I know the narrative of my brain. I catch myself. And start to consider them, right? To consider them. Because I know where it leads. It leads to conflict. It leads to pain. It leads to cold shoulders and gritted teeth. It just leads to challenges. So notice when your mindset's in order to quick to turn outward. So, okay. Now, I was with a group last week with the Air Force, and a gentleman came in after the second day, and he's like, Mike, I went home at night. I was thinking about, I was going to try and be outward. Got home. My wife walked into the house, and the minute I saw her, I was in the box. And then she said something, and we sat down at the table, and every single red flag that you just listed went through my brain. Every single one of them went through my brain, word for word, exactly. And I knew right where I was. And so I just stopped and said, how was your day? And everything changed. He says, I knew exactly where I would have gone otherwise. Everything changed. Just how was your day, right? Okay, all right. So that's how we turn inward. Here's the challenge. When we've turned inward and we've justified ourselves and find ourselves in the box, we see ourselves in a particular kind of way, right? And so by doing so, we end up adopting what we call an inward style. We start to believe the justification about ourselves. We start to believe that this is who we are in relation to other people. So we adopt these inward styles, these kind of go-to. In other words, when we portray ourselves, we have a go-to place we might go to, a particular style of being in the box. And so we're going to introduce you to 4 inward styles. These 4 inward styles, some of you, we had a little fun with the board with this last year. We'll do it again today. We'll have some fun together doing this. But we're going to talk through these 4 styles. And in other words, when I'm outward, people count like I count. They matter like I matter. But when I betray myself and justify myself, in order to justify myself, I have to see myself as above others or beneath them. Don't count like I count. I see myself as above or beneath them. See myself as above them, I'll adopt an inward style called better than, right? Just better than you, smarter than you, better than you. Stay there very long, and I'll start to feel deserving and entitled. And now, can I justify myself by seeing myself as beneath others? Think about my story with Mark. What would I say about myself that would make it okay for me not to share the information with him in a way that saw myself as beneath him? How would I justify it? What would I say? What do I need to say about me? Yeah, it's probably not useful to him. He's probably already got it, right? And probably couldn't format it in the way that would be helpful to him anyway. Or, I know he's way smarter than me and I probably couldn't do it right. Does that make sense? So I can justify myself not sharing that information with him by seeing myself as beneath him. And so see myself as beneath others, I'll adopt an inward style that we call worse than, right? Actually, you're pretty smart. So, but I see myself as worse than. I wish I was as smart as Mark, and I could do the things he does. And so stay there very long, and we'll adopt an inward style known as need to be seen as. Need to be seen as. Need to be seen as anything but worse than. Does that make sense? So need to be seen as this likable, nice, competent leader. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a likable, nice, competent leader. It's only wrong when you have to have other people see it, right? As a way to justify yourself, okay? So 4 inward styles. We're going to unpack these inward styles. As I unpack these inward styles, I want you to see if you might notice up there, because all of us we'll have a dominant one in our personal life, and we'll have a dominant one at work, right? And so as I unpack these, if you set up camp in 1 or 2 of these, just start to notice. Now, we're not always in the box, but when we are, that is where we go, okay? So, for example, I've learned that my dominant one at home is better than my dominant one at work is need to be seen as. Those are just, whenever I put these up, that's exactly, and I'm not always in the box, but that's where I go. If you have an inward style of better than, and that's your dominant one, what's your self-view? Or you're superior, you're important, you're virtuous, right? And how do you feel? Well, impatient, indifferent with other people, even disdainful at other people. They're just idiots, right? Wish they were, get it, right? Now, if you have an I deserve inward style, then your self-view is you're meritorious, you are mistreated, you're unappreciated, and how do you feel? Well, entitled, deprived, resentful that other people get things that you don't get, right? If you have a worse than inward style, then your self-view is you're deficient, you're broken, you're powerless. And how do you feel? Well, discouraged, envious, resigned. I can't do this anymore. I just can't do this anymore. Now, if you have a need to be seen as, remember, you're trying to make up for feeling worse than. And so What's your self feel? You're being watched. You're at risk. You're being judged. Why? Because you're trying to pretend you're presenting something you're not. And how do you feel? Anxious, stressed, and overwhelmed. Okay? So now, I know many of you have heard my stories before, but I grew up in a family where money was an issue, challenge. My dad was a school teacher. We lived on a farm, and we were always broke. I heard the word broke a million times growing up. So I told myself when I left to go to college when I was 18, I was never going to be like them. Never going to be like them. And so what do you think my undergraduate degree's in? Finance. Yeah, finance. My dad sent me a check for $250. A check, by the way, is a piece of paper like this that we used to pass currency on. But he sent me a check for $250. That was a lot of money back then. I put it in my wallet. I carried it around for 2 years, so afraid the bank would have never taken it. Because I wasn't going to take money from them. I was not going to be like them. I wasn't going to have those challenges. So which one of these do you think I'm dragging around with me? How do I see myself as it relates to my mom and dad? Better than, right? So now, what's it like to go to family reunion with Mike when he sees himself as better than everybody else, right? So the interesting thing about being in a box is I can't do it by myself. It's actually a community experience. It impacts others. It impacts others, okay? Now, Terry Warner recruited me to get involved with Anasazi back in 1990. And he was this really smart, thoughtful man. He was a professor of philosophy and really had a great business mind. And I was 4 years out of college. And I wanted him to like me. I wanted him to see that I could do this, right? And that I was capable, that I could make this happen. And so I was really always managing information to make sure it got back to him in the best light of me. I was always needy for feedback from him. And so which one of these do you think I'm dragging around with me? Need to be seen as, again, that light, nice, likable, competent leader, right? Now, nothing wrong with that. It's just wrong when I have to have others see it. So those are my two dominant ones. My at home is better than at work is need to be seen as. Again, not always in the box, but when I am, that's where I go. When I betray myself, that's where I go, right? That's what I pick up. That's the style that I pick up, okay? So we're going to actually have a fun little activity, and I didn't get a chance to write on the posters, but it's easy enough. We'll just imagine we put this on the floor, okay? We're just going to imagine we're all in a big box, and I'm going to share with you a couple of situations, and as I share the situations with you, I'd love to have you just go to the inward style that would be the one you identify with the most if you were in the box. Not always in the box, but if you were in the box, which one would be the one you go to? And then we'll have you write that on there for us. Okay, so the first one is, right, you guys are in a meeting together, and you make what you think is a really, really important point, and all your colleagues just blow you off. Just blow you off, okay? So if you were in a box, which of these inward styles would you go to, okay? So this is better then. So where's my markers? Oh, right here. So this is better than right here. So if you would have a better than one, come over here. Just go stand by your poster. If you have a I deserve, come over here. If it's need to be seen as, come over here. And if it's worse than, over there. Okay, go ahead. Come on, stand up and go stand by your poster. And I'll join you, so I'll go to the one that I would go to if my mindset was inward, which is over here. So for those folks in the better than inward style, what's going through your brain? What are you thinking about these people who just blew you off? They don't understand my superior intellect. Yeah, exactly right. Okay, very good. What about you folks in the I deserve? What's going through your brain? What are you thinking about those people who just blew you off in this situation? This is about something else. Yeah, you feel unappreciated after everything I've done for you. You're going to treat me this way, right? Good. And you folks, worse than, what's going through your brain? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be here. Should have said it differently, right? Or exactly. Maybe I shouldn't have spoke up. All of that. Over here, which is where I'd be, need to be seen as what's going through our brain. What are we most worried about over here?
Both, but more like, oh gosh, am I ever going to speak again? Or what are they going to think next time?
Yeah, I'm feeling judged, I felt risk in some way. There's conspiracy theory going on over here, right? And so, exactly, I'm really worried about that and concerned. Okay, great. Okay, here's another one. So we'll throw in some personal ones just for fun here. And you might have to use your imagination if you do not have a child in the district. But let's just say you have a child in the district, and they created some problems at school, and you get a phone call. If your mindset was inward toward that child, which one of these would you identify with? Yeah, your child. Just imagine, if you don't have a child, just use your imagination. You have a child in the district. You get a call from the school. They've done something that they shouldn't. And if you're in the box toward that child, which one of these would you go to? Toward the child. I know where I would go. Toward the child. Hey, so for those of us over here in this better than place, what's going through our brain? What are we thinking about that kid? Yeah, grief, right? You know better. I'd never do that, right? That's what's going through our brain. I deserve. What are you thinking? Yeah, I don't deserve my kid to do this, right? I deserve a better child. So, exactly. Worse than what are we thinking? Yeah, whose fault is it over here?
Yeah, probably works so much.
Yeah, like I wish I was a better dad. I wish I was home more often. We take it all on ourselves over here. Yeah, it's my fault, yeah. If I'd been home more often, he wouldn't have done that. Yeah, exactly. And remember, need to be seen as we're feeling this, but we're trying to make up for it, right? So over here, what's going through our brain? Yeah. Because what are we most worried about over here? How this makes us look, right? We're in a leadership position in the district. We're here, and this is so we're the first one down to the school. We're going to take care of this, right? We want to, because we're super worried. We're stressed, totally stressed. Okay, so all right, next one. They're introducing a new process here in the district. It could be an IT process, right? We'll pick an new IT process. And you have no clue how it works. If you're in the box, which one of these inward styles would be yours? New IT process, you have no clue how the doggone thing works. If you're in a box, which one? Yeah, I have no clue how it works. Yeah, you don't understand it. Yep.
Yeah, where are you going? In the middle time. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I think I'm over here because I'm stressed out. Yeah.
Come on over, Sean. Come join us. So better than, what are you thinking about this new process? Yeah, why do I need to switch anyway? And so exactly, right? It's not that important. How about you folks? I deserve, what are we thinking?
I just learned the last process, why we have to change now.
Yeah, why do I have to change? How come somebody didn't come and actually tell me we're going to make this change or include me in it? And I need somebody to come show me how this is going to work, right? Worse than, oh my gosh, everybody's over there. Worse than, what are you thinking? Yeah. Just one more thing I don't know how to do, right? Yeah. And I'd be over here with you folks. Look, how do we show up? Exactly. It's like, we got this, even though we have no clue. We got it, right? We're going to fake it till we make it. We're going to figure it out. Now, think about the impact of that one in the district, right? Think about just simple impact. Would these folks likely adopt the new process? No way. And they're going to only do it with help. And you folks are overwhelmed to do it. And all of us are over here faking it. We're never going to know the full capabilities and how the thing's actually going to work and do it. We're going to do our best, right? Yeah, so think about how that impacts and the cost of that, right, when we're there. Okay, so let's one more, and that is, and you have to think about this one for a minute. You walk into your house at the end of the day. You just walk in your house at the end of the day. If you're in a box, you walk in your home at the end of the day, which one of these inward styles would be yours? Yeah. Just walking into your house at the end of the day. If you're in a box, not always in a box, but if you were, which one would be yours? Yeah. David's back over there. So all of us in the better than, what are we thinking? We walk into the house at the end of the day. What's going through our brain?
On the bacon, like, happened for me.
Yeah. And what have you guys all been doing today?
Yeah.
Right? So, why is it a mess, right? Yeah. Yeah, we see ourselves above everybody else is in this house. I deserve, what are you doing? You're thinking this, but you've been doing that a long time, so you start to feel deserving. And how do you show up? Yeah, why is it a mess over there? I deserve what? I deserve help, a break, and I feel entitled. Somebody take my shoes off. Where's dinner? Right? Yeah. I say that with love and adoration. Worse than, how do we show up? How do we show up? Yeah, I feel like, look, I can't do it all, right? Can't do work, home, I can't do it all. I'm falling short, big way. And then we're feeling that over here, so need to be seen as, how do we show up? Anxiety and stress, right? And we do it all. We stay up all night, we get the work done, we do it, we take it all on over here. Actually, need to be seen as is where perfectionism comes in, it's where indulgence comes in, it's where doing everything for everyone else comes in, because we need to be seen as that we're capable. We can do it. We're feeling that, but we're just over the top, right? So now, how many of you, as I shared that with you, and even a couple of the others, you thought, I could be in a couple of these, right? Exactly. And so, why? Because when our mindset's inward, what do we need? What's our deepest need when our mindset's inward? Justification. That's what we need, justification. So when one's not working for us, we'll move to another. For example, I can move through all 4 of these in about 45 seconds. Like, I start here feeling a little better than, like, what have you all been doing today? I conquered the world. And when nobody notices that I conquered the world today or shows appreciation towards it, I start to feel a little deserving, a little entitled. And when somebody calls me out for having a bit of an attitude, I'm so sorry, I wish I should be home more often. I should be a better dad. And before I know it, I'm over here and I'm doing the dishes, so Galen's going to see how helpful I'm going to be tonight. Right? So I move through all of them. But we all kind of have our go-to, where we start from, right? Over a lifetime betraying ourselves and justifying ourselves, we have our dominant ones. So as you look up there, what's your most dominant at home? What's your most dominant at work, right? Hey, return to your seats. Return to your seats, okay? Now, again, this is a self-awareness tool, so it's heightening our awareness to when our mindset's inward.
We're all trying to figure out
where are we sitting today? I had a coach at Arbinger for a year. Her name was Nancy Smith. And she would jump on a call with me every week. And she'd navigate through my life. And she'd find a box. She had a wonderful way of doing that. And then she would ask this one question, which at first I hated this question. But the more I tried to answer this question, the more I learned to love this question. She would say to me, Mike, what image about you is now being shattered or threatened? What image about you is now being shattered or threatened? I'm like, you're not going to ask that question again, are you? But the more I tried to answer the question, the more I realized that every time there was an eruption in my life, I got triggered into it. In other words, there wasn't a clear feeling or thought I betrayed, just someone spent too much, and boom, all the red flags were there for me. Someone made me late, and boom, all the red flags were there for me. Or someone questioned my motives, and boom, all the red flags were there for me. There was a corresponding view of myself that was now being shattered or threatened. Better than, I deserve, worse than, or need to be seen as. Justifying view of myself. Does that make sense? So that's how this serves as a self-awareness tool. So we're going to watch the whole video. This is actually, this is Lavana. And Lavana was doing the same activity in a workshop. And she notices that, thinking about the personal ones, kind of the family and personal ones, that her dominant inward style at home is I deserve. I deserve. And so her kids invite her to a family activity, and she doesn't go. She doesn't go. And one of her kids says something to her, and she knows exactly, just exactly where she's at. Okay, so here we go.
We're doing the class, and we were asked to get in different corners. The corner I got in was deserving. I deserve. I've raised my kids, they went off to college, they have their own place. Now I deserve me. I deserve me time and all about me. I don't have to do a lot of Easter egg hunts anymore. I don't have to do the family functions because I've done all of that, and I deserve my time on the weekends, and I do what I want to do. In doing that for a year, I deserve that, and I believe that, and no one could tell me any different until I listened in that class and how that affected my family. And I don't like to talk about it because it is emotional for me, because I was really in that box. We had a family function, and all the family got together and went out to dinner. And I said, it's Saturday, I got this to do, and I got that to do. And of course, my kids, they love Granny and Grandpa, so everybody was there. And my daughter said she kept on looking at the door. She felt like she was in kindergarten looking for her mom to come. And I didn't show up. And that was really, really hard. You know, because you're affecting other lives, you know, and other people. So it's difficult.
I love her comment, affecting other lives and other people. So if you take just a minute, if you go to your handbook there, number 4, and we won't share this, just for you, just to take a minute and write. I'd love to have you think for a minute about what is your most dominant, and I'll put it back up there so you can see it. What is your most dominant inward style at work? Again, won't share it, just for you. What's kind of the go-to one for you? Whether it's on the board or cabinet, what's your most dominant role or inward style? And you're not always in the box, but when you are, which is your most dominant? And then what's that like for others? What's that like for others when you have that inward style? Like, does it make it hard for them to talk to you, to have a conversation with you, to collaborate with you, to give you feedback? Make it hard for you to learn or listen? What's that like for others? It's like Lavana, affects other people. And then take just a minute and ask yourself, look, what's your most dominant one at home? What's your most dominant common inward style when you're at home? And what's that like for others? What's that like for your family or partner or those you associate with outside of work? What's that like for them? So any questions about that idea? I often tell this story. I had a really good friend of mine, close friend of mine, who he and his partner just started a franchise in Phoenix and wanted to come to the Arbinger training, so we made arrangements for him to come. And he calls me up like 3 months later, and he's like, I have to tell you what happened. I said, tell me what happened. He had 3 boys first. They had 4 kids, 3 boys first, then a girl. And he says the 3 boys behaved just super well at church. They were just really good at church. Like these kids, you know, they were quiet, and parents would come up to him afterwards and say, how do you do that? How do you get your kids to sit so quietly? And he said, I always kind of pass it off on their mother. They've got a really great mom. And he says, but then we had Kelly, and Kelly was our 4th child. She was a girl, but she was a volume above all 3 boys put together. She was just obnoxious. She was just loud. She was over the top. And we found ourselves bringing crayons and fish and Cheerios and anything we could do to keep her busy, but she was just a disaster. So as she got older, I'd have her sit on the couch. We'd practice, right? We'd practice being at church. And we'd do root beer floats and banana splits, and she'd do great at home. But we'd get to church, and she'd be standing on the pew talking to somebody 4 rows back in the middle of the sermon. I mean, she just after it. She was so loud. And so he says, you know, I went through your training, and he says, I got to tell you what happened on Sunday. And I said, what happened? He says, she was completely out of control that day. And I grabbed her by the wrist, and I pulled her out of the row, and I started walking her out of the aisle, out of the chapel. And as I'm walking her down the aisle, out of the chapel, she starts waving at people. Bye, bye, because we've done it so many times, right? She's just waving at people. And he says, that just incensed me, it just made me madder. And I pulled her out into the foyer. And he says, I stuck my finger in her face, and I let her know exactly what I thought of her behavior. And he says, I don't know if it was the fear on her face or the tear that started running down her cheek, but I suddenly had this horrible realization of what you were teaching me. Because I realized that I had turned the whole congregation into my audience, that I was the sort of dad that was better than all the other parents. And Kelly made me look bad. I treated her differently. Make sense? So in our lives, when there's an eruption, when there's no clear thought or feeling of betray, right? Somebody makes me late, somebody spent too much, somebody, right, didn't meet a deadline, or somebody didn't follow through on a commitment or include me in a discussion, right? Boom, all the red flags are for you. Pretty good chance there's a corresponding view of yourself that's now being shattered or threatened. Does that make sense? All right, you guys, let's take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to talk about, okay, what happens when someone else gets in their box, okay? So we'll come back. We're at 10:22, so we'll come back at 10:32. So stand up, stretch, grab a snack, grab some sunshine. We'll see you back in a minute. Yeah, yes, absolutely.
remember doing the class and
It's late. So, awesome. All right. So look, we're going to take a minute and we're going to talk about, look, what happens when someone else gets in their box, right? And we call this collusion. I'll explain in just a minute why we call it collusion. And so what is our mindset? Invite in others. What did we say yesterday? It's invite in others. When we're inward, what do we invite in other people? Inward. We invite them to go inward. And so again, because our feelings come across, how we see them comes out. And so we invite them to go in their box. And so when they do go in their box, they're not thinking about me anymore. They're thinking about their own objectives, and they only see me as a vehicle, obstacle, or relevancy. So let's play this one out here for just a minute. Can I pick on you just a minute? Okay. All right. So let's just imagine I get in the box towards Jennifer. And if I do, Susan, I get in the box towards Susan. Sorry, mixed up. I'm looking at you, look at her. So I get in the box towards Susan, and if I do, she's not a person to me. She's what to me? She's an object, right? So whatever I now do, it comes with how I see her, right? So in other words, I see her now as a challenge, a problem. So whatever I'm now going to do, it comes with seeing her as a problem, right? So now, in my short time with you, I don't imagine you get in the box a lot. But if you were to get in the box, if you were to go inward, I wouldn't be a person to you. I'd be what? Right. Yeah, I would be an object to you. So Susan would see me as an object. I'm seeing her as an object. But when she sees me as an object, no matter what she does, it comes with what? More blame and accusation. So now you got two people in the box towards each other, and they're giving each other the very thing they need to stay in the box. What do we need to stay in the box? Justification. So when Susan mistreats me, what do I get from her? Well, justification. It's like, this is why I have to be this way towards her. When I mistreat her, what's she get from me? Justification. It's like, that's why I've treated Mike that way. And blame begets blame, right? So we have two people now in the box giving each other the very justification they need to stay there. Now, we call that collusion. Two people inviting the very thing they're complaining about, driven by this need to be justified. And collusion's a legal word, that typically means, a couple people get together and conspire to do something bad towards someone else. So people often ask, why are you using that word here? Well, look, we're not maliciously conspiring together, but if you were a fly on the wall and you're watching what Susan and I are doing here, it looks like we've made this an agreement with each other. Like, hey, Susan, I'll mistreat you so you can blame your bad behaviors on me. If you'll mistreat me so I can blame mine on you, and we don't have to do our jobs. That work? All right, so we make this agreement together, right? It looks like we've made this agreement with each other, and that's why we use the word collusion. Even though we're not maliciously conspiring, it does look like we've made this agreement with each other because we're letting each other off the hook, right, from being responsible, because I can just blame you, you can just blame me, okay? So now, what's the best way to get more justification? Well, I go tell somebody else, right? And so collusion has a hook to it. So I go tell my folks, right, about how hard it is to work with Susan and what a challenge and a problem she is. And guess what she does if she's in her box? She's got to tell her peeps, right? So now we've divided up a team, we've divided up a community, we've divided up a school, we've divided up a family. We're now cut off from one another. Susan and I are completely cut off from one another, and we've hooked other people into our story, and the realm of our reality is the edge of our box. In other words, I can't see what life's like for Susan. I can't see that she's just doing the best she can in the face of my blame and accusations. And if she's in her box, the same with her. Right? Now, this is hugely costly to organizations, just hugely costly to organizations, families, communities, and it takes all kinds of energy to keep this thing going. Lots of energy to keep it going. So we're going to watch a video. This is Louise, and Louise was a CEO of a Fortune 500 company in Tucson, Arizona, and the company was purchased. So she ends up with a corporate boss, and she's learning Arbinger right along with the rest of her team, and she's in an Arbinger workshop, and she gets up and she draws out this collusion between her and her boss. So watch what happens.
I had a boss, my corporate boss. I was reporting to the CEO of the company at the time. I always felt he was micromanaging me. I was not technical. My boss was technical. I'm also the kind of person who likes to do a lot herself. So you can imagine how a meeting went when a technical problem would come up, and I'd start briefing the answer, where we are on that. And my boss, who was technical, of course, would always want to have a technical one-up question on me and would ask. And I, being the kind of person that I was, always wanted to have the answer. And so I'd have the answer. And he'd ask another question, I'd have another answer. Whenever we got in our collusion, he would hear, she doesn't want any help, she thinks she knows everything, I'm going to send down people to help her. And I would hear, he doesn't think I'm capable of it, he doesn't think I'm working hard enough, he doesn't think I'm working this problem, I'm going to do it harder. Those people would come down, I'd get my whole team together. They always knew I worked as hard as could be, so they'd stand right behind me. My gosh, nobody's working harder than Louise to help this business. So they're lined up behind me. He'd bring in his fleet of teams, they're lined up behind. And what do you think is happening? One group's trying to help, sort of, not really, but they're trying to help. We're trying to, look like we're in charge, not really, but sort of, The collusion was brutal. And it got so bad, I was thinking of quitting because I really was putting my heart and soul in it, and I didn't think my boss appreciated it. It was in a class that I was taking with Arbinger, and I was asked to come in and teach a portion of it. And I came in and I was sitting through the collusion piece again. And the instructor was going through the collusion piece, and I don't know what it was about that day, but the minute he was going through it, I thought, holy smokes. Holy smokes. And I stopped the class, and I stood up and I said, I need to draw a collusion.
So we're going to draw it here for just a minute. And so now, thinking about the story she just shared, what does the boss do that bothers her, right? Just the facts. What's he doing that's bothering her? Okay, he's always got an answer and trying to get help for her, right? Or he's asking questions, asking test questions, trying to get help for her. And so exactly. So when she's inward, how does she see that? Always, asking questions and getting her help. Sees herself as mistreated, as mistrusted, as micromanaged, right? And he doesn't think she can do her job. She's not capable of doing her job. So what does she do to try and fix this when her mindset's inward? What does she do? Yeah, she's got to always have an answer. She's got to bring her team in, right? She's got to tell other people. She pushes back, all of those things. So now we don't know from the story whether the boss is in the box or not, but let's just imagine he is. And if he is in the box, how do you suppose he sees her always having an answer, telling team members, pushing back? How's he going to describe her? Thinks she knows it all. That she's unapproachable. Maybe even insubordinate, right? She's a challenge. She's a problem. Not coachable. Yeah, not coachable. Yeah. And so she's a problem. She's a problem. So here's the question for all of us. Does 4 invite more or less of 1? In other words, how the boss sees her, is that inviting him to do more or less of what's bothering her? More, right? So in other words, she's actually co-creating the very thing she's complaining against, right? That she's having a problem with and a challenge with, and she can't see that she's doing that. That's the nature of collusion. We actually provoke the problems of others that bother us, and we can't see that we're doing it. And now when she gets that mistreatment, it's like, aha, see, that's why I have to do this, why I have to do that. So she's getting justification. As long as he's in his box, he's giving him justification as well to treat her the way that he is treating her. Now, a couple of points I want to bring up here. Who's responsible for what's going on up there? Both of them. Who's willing to take responsibility? Neither one, because they both believe who's the problem? The other person, and therein is the problem. To see the other person as the problem is the problem, because that's what the other person's responding to, is being seen as a problem. And that's what Louise responded. She's being seen as a problem. So now, if neither one are willing to take responsibility, how long is this likely to go on? Until somebody dies. And I love that. I love that. I think, Jennifer, that's good insight, because we can still keep telling that story even if she quits the job, right? That's great insight, great insight. Now, yeah, it'll keep going until at least one person gets out of the box, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So now, another point I want to make before I go on real quick here is, if you were to ask Louise what she wants most in this situation, what would she say? Yeah, she wants to be trusted. She wants autonomy to do her job, and doesn't want to be micromanaged. Well, are the things she's actually thinking and doing inviting that to happen? No, it's inviting the opposite. So why would anyone in their right mind do something to invite the opposite? Was because when our mindset's inward, we're not in our right mind. And so when our mindset's inward, we need something more than a boss who trusts us. We need justification for how we see our boss. It's our deepest addiction. What we must tell ourselves to make it okay not to treat certain people in our lives as people who count and matter like we matter. And so in a weird kind of way, she needs him to be bad. And if he's in a box, in a weird kind of way, he needs her to be bad. Some of you have heard me share this story before, but I had a father who came to one of our workshops, and he told the story. He had a 17-year-old, little irresponsible, and had some struggles with this boy, and he'd finally gotten his license. It was on Tuesday afternoon. He'd finally passed the test, like third time, got his license, and they're walking out of the DMV, and Dad's just thinking, I'm just dreading when he's going to ask me to use the car. Sure enough, Friday afternoon, Dad, can I use the car? And he said, I didn't want to let him use the car. So I thought I'd give him a curfew that he wouldn't possibly take. Like, hey, you can use the car, but you got to be home by 10:30, right? 17-year-old boy, 10:30 with his friends, not likely to take it. He'll go with his friends. But instead, he grabs the key. Sure, Dad, heads out the door. The dad says, the one thing I knew when my son went out the door was he wasn't going to make it home by 10:30, right? He just wasn't going to make it home by 10:30. And so all night I'm just stewing over this kid and how irresponsible he is, what a challenge he's been. And 10 o'clock, he said, I'm checking my watch. 10:15, I had drawn the line in the sand. This kid is never, ever driving one of our cars again. Well, at 10:29, he hears the squeal of tires. His son had made it home on time. Think he's happy? Is Dad happy? Why is he not happy?
Because he went through this whole scenario of how he was going to mess it up, and
Yeah, what he'd been doing all night was blaming a boy. In order to blame a boy, he needed a boy who was blameworthy. And suddenly his boy shows up on time. So there's a little twinge of disappointment. Isn't that interesting? Right? So there's still ways to make him out to be irresponsible. Like responsible kids don't squeal the tires. Probably had to speed to get home. Bet he didn't put gas in the car. Well, this is what Dad does. Son walks in the house. He's like, Dad, I made it. Right? He's like, son's so excited, tells Dad he made it on time. And there's an opportunity in that moment for a healing moment. But we don't typically have healing moments when we're in the box. In fact, we value problems over solutions. And we value conflict over peace because we need it like air to breathe. So what's Dad do? Sure cut it close, didn't you, son? Right? So now when I first heard that story, I'm like, oh, I've done that. Whoa, I've done that, right? I've been so focused on how bad they are that I need them to be bad, right? And when they're not, it takes away my justification in some way. So we're going to map out a collusion just for fun here. We'll map out one. And I know some of you have done this before in the past, so just pick a new one. Pick a new one. And so we're going to have you with your laptop there, right there in front of you. We're going to have you map out a collusion. It is number 5, my collusion. And we're going to start first by having you think about somebody that may be doing something that's bothering you or recently did something that's bothering you. And by the way, if they're sitting at the table next to you, you may have to turn your laptop a little to the side, right? And so, but think about somebody who's doing something that's bothering you or recently did something to bother you. Just put them in your brain for a second. And then this feels a little backwards, but you're going to start in quadrant number 1. See where 1 is up there? Start in 1, and you're going to write down in quadrant number 1, what are they doing that's bothering you? In other words, what are they doing that you wish they would stop doing? Or what are they not doing that you wish they would do? Just write that down in quadrant number 1. Not following through on commitments, right? Missed a deadline, didn't include you in the decision. Okay, then go to quadrant number 2. In quadrant number 2, you're just going to write down when you're inward, and you're not always inward, but when you are, how do you see them? Well, when we're inward, we don't see people as just doing something. We see them as being something, right? So it's as if it's a character flaw. So how do you describe them when your mindset's inward? Difficult, challenging, hard to work with, a flat tire on the team. Okay, then go to 3. And by the way, do not go to 4. Do not go to 4. Some of you overachievers, do not go to 4. Okay, so you're going to stay in 3. And in 3, you're just going to write down, okay, when your mindset's inward, what do you do? What do you do to try and fix this? How do you try and fix it? What do you fire off an email? Do you stop talking to them, stop including them? Do you walk away, call them out? What are the things you do to try and fix this when your mindset's inward? Again, don't fill in number 4. Everybody have at least 2, 3 things, 4 things in quadrant C, or excuse me, 3. Quadrant 3. We need more time. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Love to have you find a partner, and a partner you feel safe and comfortable with. But here's what's, I'm gonna invite you to do this, and by the way, it's one of the hardest things you'll ever do in your life. What you're gonna do is you're gonna simply share with your partner. Like if I partnered with Beth, I would say, Beth, and I don't give her any backstory. That's the hard part. No backstory. I'm not going to share anything I wrote down in quadrants 1 and 2. I'm just going to share with her what I wrote in 3. That's all I'm going to share with her. So she's not looking at my laptop. She doesn't see anything. I'm just going to say, here's the things I do in this situation when I'm in the box. And Beth's going to say, if I was in the box, Mike, this is how I would see you. And then I'm going to write that in number 4. That make sense? Now, the hardest part is you want to tell them. You want to tell them. You're like, yeah. But you can't tell that. You cannot tell them who this is about. You cannot tell them any of the backstory. You cannot tell them what you wrote in quadrants 1 and 2. All you can tell them is what you wrote in 3. Does that make sense? Is that clear to everybody? And it'll be hard, I promise. It'll be hard. You'll want to tell them, but you can't. Okay? So find a partner and share with them what you wrote down in quadrant 3. And then they're going to say, if I was in a box, this is how I would see you doing those things. Okay? And they're going to help you fill in number 4. Okay, partner. You guys going to partner up? You want to find a new partner? Okay, you guys partner up? Partner. And somebody can partner with me. You want to partner with me, Sean? Or are you going to partner there? If there's an odd one, I can partner up with somebody. Yeah, I can partner up with. Oh, you can do a group of 3? Yeah, that'd be great. Easily. No backstory. That's hard. Okay, anybody need more time? So how many of you felt like that was hard not to tell the backstory? It's really hard, right? You want to tell it. You want to tell it. But how many of you found that helpful to have your partner help you fill in number 4? And when you look at what they gave you in number 4, some of you will say, I've heard that before, right? Heard that before. The first time I did this, I did the collusion with my wife and I in our budget. And I gave it to the woman next to me because we used to print handbooks. I gave it to her. She fills in number 4. I had a sticky note over 1 and 2 and 3. She couldn't see, 1 and 2, she couldn't see. She just saw what I did. She hands it back to me. And in my book, it says, you're a tightwad. You're no fun. You're controlling. You're mean. I'm like, wow. Right? But up to that point, I had never actually, I think, really considered what life must be like for Galen to be married to a tightwad like me, right? It was huge for me. So I'm guessing for some of you in the room, it's a big deal to kind of see that and realize, oh my gosh, wow, right? Because here's the question. The question is 4 inviting more or less of 1? So look at your collusion. Is 4 invite more or less of 1? If it invites more, put your thumb up, right? Thumbs up. So that's how you know there's a collusion. I'm just inviting the thing I don't want. And up to this point, I couldn't see that I was doing that. Right? And so super helpful. Now, there's a cost to this collusion. There's a cost to your collusion that you mapped out. There's a cost to all of our collusions. And so if we go back and we think about Louise and her boss, there's real tangible cost to that one. Let's just say that one with her and her boss goes on for 3 hours a week. It goes on for 3 hours a week. You take her hourly rate, his hourly rate. That's a real cost. But if you analyze it a little bit more, there's probably 5 hours of downtime for her where she's not focused on the work. She's ruminating over the collusion, the challenge. Same for him. You got to bring that in the equation. Then she went and told her whole team, right? They're not focused on results and the work. And he went and told his, and they're not focused on that. So, and there's the, you think about the, they're not collaborating. So there's inefficiencies. There's probably some things he knows, she knows, they're not sharing with each other. So there's duplication of effort. There's the opportunity cost. Like, what could they be spending that time on if they were focused on the work rather than the collusion? And so if you take that, and then you were to say it goes on for 52 more weeks. It goes on for a year, right? So you times it by 52 weeks. Well, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars for an environment like ours. I can take a small nonprofit of $1 million budget, and I can find $100,000 in collusion that quick. And what could they do with $100,000, right? And so it's costly. It takes energy, it takes effort, it divides us up, it's inefficient, puts a drag on our ability to achieve our results. All of it is collusion. And I love the conversation we were having yesterday around attendance and other things. A lot of times there's collusion there between parents and the district, and there's challenges going on that are just putting a drag on all of our efforts to try and solve some of those challenges and issues. And so what I'm going to have you do for just a moment, and we won't share this, just for you, is in your handbook. I want you to take just a minute and just imagine that the collusion that you just mapped out goes on for 1 more year. And if it goes on for 1 more year, just figure out what are the costs and consequences of this collusion, times it by 52. And there's intangible costs, by the way, as well, not just physical costs. Like, what's Louise talking about when she comes home at night? Talking about what she should be talking about? No, she's trying to tell the story about this boss who's mistreating her. And I realized at some point in my marriage that most of our conversations were just about collusion. I was trying to hook her into my stories. And that's not a healthy relationship. That's not helpful. It's a collusion itself. It's only dependent upon whether she agrees with me or not. At some point, I had a boss I was in the collusion with big time. At some point, I got out towards him, and she actually was mad at me for treating him differently, right? And so that's when I realized this wasn't helpful. And do you think this impacts our sleep, our health? Absolutely. So just think about your collusion. If it was to go on for 52 more weeks, what would be the cost? The physical costs, the intangible costs, what would be the costs and consequences of the one collusion that you just mapped out? And just make some notes. Make some notes in your book there. It was to keep going. Love to hear from a couple of you. What are you typing? What things are coming to brain? What are the costs, consequences? Don't tell me the collusion, but what are the costs and consequences? Yes? Yeah, I'm damaging a relationship. That is my life, right? Okay, wow. What else? Lack of ideas. We just stymied all the ideas. Exactly. What else? Yeah, it makes it really hard for them to see me as a person in this process. So I'm just inviting them to be inward towards it and be blind to who I am and my needs. Great. What else? What else are you typing? Yeah. Look, I'd make things harder for them as well in a big way. Great. What else? Yeah, we just perpetuate the things that are challenging and hard for us. It gets in the way of implementing any change. So look, trust, right? Trust, innovation, creativity, all that just goes away and is replaced with blame and accusations and gossiping and stories and all of it. So it's hugely costly. Okay? So look, the way that I keep you the rest of the day is like we're going to talk about how do we get out of this, right? How do we get out of this? And so up to this point, I've introduced you to 4 self-awareness tools. So 2 mindsets. So in other words, when we're seeing people as vehicles, obstacles, or relevancies, pretty good chance where are we? Introduce you to self-betrayal, how we turn inward, and the red flags. So if I'm experiencing those red flags, pretty good chance where are we? And then I've introduced you to inward styles, and so we have an image about ourselves that gets shattered, pretty good chance where are we? And collusion, so when I'm blaming others and gathering allies, pretty good chance where am I, right? And this also helps us start to become more aware that this impacts other people. This isn't easy for them. I create challenges and problems for others. So it feels a bit heavy. We're kind of at this place where it feels a bit heavy. And so the rest of the day will feel a lot lighter, but it feels a bit heavy. But the one thing, as much as it feels heavy, there's also something about this that's hopeful. Because if I'm actually playing a part in this, there's something I can do about it, right? There's something I can change. What I love so much about Arbinger is about personal responsibility. And nobody's more responsible than me. Sean. Yeah, it says endless tensions, right? Endless. So we age faster, right? All of us. So yeah, so look, when we took our book, Leadership and Self-Deception, to our publisher, Barrett Kohler here in San Francisco, and I remember they saw the title, Self-Deception, and the head editor there, Jeevan, he says, we're not going to publish this. We don't publish self-help books here in our organization. And he goes home and he reads the manuscript. Comes back the next day, he says, we're going to publish this book because it is an anti-self-help book because it puts the responsibility right back on me. And it is their number 1 book. It's been Barrett Kohler's number 1 book, since the mid-90s when we published it. And so, but that's what I love about it. It's like I can't change others, but I can change the person I give them to respond to. I'm in more control of my circumstance and situation than I think. And that's what I love about this work, okay? So what we're going to do is how do we turn outward? So how do we turn outward? Well, we're going to watch a little video. Some of you have seen this before, but this is Prince George's County School District. It's fun. I'll be there with them on Monday. We're doing a big central office retreat on Monday with their group. But this video is when we first started working in the district. They really went all out and deploying Arbinger all the way down to the classroom. And they had some challenges. And so here we go.
With a district as large as ours, I mean, over 125,000 students and close to 20,000 employees, it's very easy to get stuck in that reactive process. I mean, because there are daily crises.
You hear always, that's not my job, that's not my job, that's him.
It's easy to have silos.
And we don't probably mean to, but we do.
Negative this, negative that, bam this, she this, she that, we.
Me, and rather than focus on what you can do for others.
There is definitely a lack of communication.
You know, before we just kind of walked around and just avoided that or allowed it to deteriorate to a point that we just say, okay, well, now we'll just get rid of those people or I'll just leave.
They're not recognized and they don't count and they don't feel that they count.
At one point I was, just contemplating that I even fit into the organization.
So now what can we do about it?
How am I the problem?
How can I be a better leader? How can I be a better role model for teachers as well as students?
If your relationship's not working, when you know something's wrong, to kind of stop and analyze what could it be.
Now I'm starting to see the picture clear here and really what's happening and what's going on.
I know the triggers when I'm not being helpful to someone else.
Where we're beginning to think of others before you think of yourself.
Am I seeing them as a person?
We know that, education and schools are people business.
We are very good as educators in following directives, but to want to do something and to have to do something are two different things.
But it's all about relationships. It's all about building relationships. It's all about trust.
Since the Arbinger training, I no longer blame the middle school for what the students don't know.
And Ms. Bissett, welcome back.
It is good to be back.
Yeah, we missed you.
There has been an intentional focus on changing the way we treat each other.
So you see more instances, collaboration across departments, across divisions.
Relationships have just flourished as a result.
We truly believe that collectively we can do exponentially more than what any of us can do as individuals. So it's all a we thing.
This shift in mindset has helped us to adjust to bringing new people in. Last year was tough. This year is a lot better.
And the fact that we had a common language to talk about culture, it really helped us move our work to the next level.
I'm much more aware of what my colleagues are trying to accomplish.
Through these conversations that we're having, we're accelerating the work, even though we're still not concentrating on just student achievement.
I think it's setting the right tone for helping people understand what our philosophy for the PGCPS way is.
Right.
The school system, as well as each individual school, continues to strive to be the best we can be. That's what we ask of our children. It's the least we can ask of ourselves.
So how do we turn outward? Well, when we're inward, who do we think is the problem? Everyone else. And so the first step to turn outward is actually to realize how I might be a problem. In fact, Arbinger just published, we have a podcast now, it's called Leading Outward. And in fact, anybody listened to it yet? It is great, it's brilliant. It's called Leading Outward, it's on Apple, it's on Spotify if you like podcasts and you listen to it when you're working out or when you're driving. It's wonderful. But one of our coaches in there actually talks about this idea. The moment I ask myself, how might I be a challenge here? He says, I step into a whole new realm of reality, of possibilities. Because when my mindset's where I think you're the problem, and I feel stuck, because my only choices in the world are to wake you up and change you in some way, fight my love and put up with you, or get rid of you, or I leave. So I feel trapped and stuck. And yet, when I start to consider the person I'm giving them to respond to, it opens up possibilities, things I could do, things I should do to help things go right. So we're going to actually spend a little time on two fundamental or foundational frameworks at Arbinger. Many of you are familiar with these, but we're going to take a little deeper dive into these. We're going to talk about the influence pyramid and the outward mindset pattern. These are what we call mindset change tools or foundational frameworks. And the first one, the influence pyramid, this simple tool is a framework. It's a framework that actually helps free me up when I feel stuck. Helps me find things that I can do, regardless of choices of others, to improve my influence and help things go right. And so love, as I share this with you, and again, some of you are coming to this a second or third or fourth time, mark a 10th time, 20th time, I don't know what it is, but you're coming to it anew. I want you to come to it anew. I want you to be thinking about your current circumstances, your current situations, and where you would like to improve your influence right now. Thinking about someone that you would love to improve your influence towards, or a group of people you'd love to improve your influence towards, whether it's your colleagues, whether it's your direct reports, whether it's a particular challenging situation in the district that involves other people, where would you like to improve your influence? So put that in your brain, and then we're going to walk through the influence pyramid, and I want you to apply it to that situation right now and see where it takes you, okay? So if you look at the pyramid over here, you'll notice on the left-hand side, it says helping things go right or dealing with things that go wrong. So when you think about a challenging person or situation, are you spending more time dealing with things that are going wrong or helping things go right? We were just talking about that, David, you and I on a break there. In most of these situations, we're spending more time dealing with things that are going wrong, right? That's where our focus is, our energy is, that's what we're thinking about, just dealing with things that are going wrong. And actually the secret to improving our influence is to spend more time focused on the things that we can do to help things go right. And so Peter Drucker, many years ago in his research on the most influential leaders, landed on this one characteristic I've always loved. He says, they starved the problems and fed the opportunities. So if you, what will grow for you is what you focus on. Focus on the problems, that's what grows for you. Focus on the opportunities, that's what will grow for you. Doesn't mean we don't have to deal with challenges and issues, we will. But where are the opportunities? And so what I love so much about the pyramid is it helps me find those opportunities. Frees me up to find things I can do, regardless of choices of others, to improve my influence and help things go right. Okay? So it frees me up, helps me not be stuck. And so we're going to fill in the pyramid. We're going to fill it in from the bottom up. And when you think about each space of the pyramid, think about it commensurative to your time. In other words, you should be spending more time in the larger areas of the pyramid, less time in the smaller areas of the pyramid. Okay? So we'll start at the bottom, improving our mindset. Well, how do we improve our mindset? Well, it's noticing when we're inward and being quick to turn outward. So what's missing when my mindset's inward? What do I not see when my mindset's inward? Others, right? They're not in the equation. So it's noticing when I'm inward and being quick to get curious about others. Just to get curious about others, to learn about them. Let the truth about them chase away my box. And then I'll feel things I could do, things I should do to actually help things go right. And so in my spontaneous interactions with others, notice when I'm inward and be quick to turn outward. Okay? Next level up is about building relationships. How do we build relationships? Get curious. What else? Spend time. Yeah, one of our worries about spending time with people to build relationships is we think we have to spend a lot of time with them. Like we have to go camping together to actually really build a good relationship with people. And so, but actually building relationships is more about frequency of connection than it is volumes of time. And what I mean by frequency of connection is just those times when we're just right with each other, right? I know you care about me, and I know you care about, or you care about, I care about you, right? It's just we're not pressing our will against each other, just those times of connection. Those are happening every day, every other day, even a handful of times a week. We have a lot of influence in that relationship. That's what we were talking about earlier. You got to have those times, right? If not, we have very little influence in that relationship to help things go right. So how do I build relationships? By increasing the frequency of connection with others. Not trying to fix them, not trying to change them, just connect more often with them, right? And so now I want to build a relationship with the person I'd like to see change, and I want to build a relationship towards those who might have influence in the life of the person I'd like to see change. Now, why would that be important? Why would it be important to build a relationship with those who have influence in the lives of those I'd like to see change? Yeah, if they have more influence than I do, pretty good chance they see things I don't see. They see ways I can be helpful. They can see how this person's experiencing me. They can help me see challenges I'm not alive to that person might be facing. And so they can be really helpful in that circumstance. And the next level up is actually to listen and learn. Listen and listen a little longer. And I know I've shared with some of you before, and I can share it again, David, if you want. It's that article I shared with you called Tell Me More, The Art of Listening, from Brenda Euland, where she makes a simple claim that we can transform people by just listening to them a little bit longer, right? Just a little bit longer. She says people, when they come to you, they're not always honest or straightforward. They're about getting something. So they're in a box. And they don't get honest until you listen long enough. And yet we just want to jump in and fix it, right? We just want to fix it. And she says, no, 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 don't try and fix it. She plants this question in your brain that says, tell me more about that. Just tell me more about that. I can't think of a better question you can ask. Just tell me more about that, to get curious and to listen longer. And she gives these real-life examples about how people just get more honest when you listen. And I've tried it. It works. It works in every way. Just tell me more. Listen. Listen longer. And so next level up is teach and communicate. Not telling them, but teaching them things they need to know. Communicate with the things that will help them be successful. And then the smallest of the pyramid is correction. Correction. So there's actually 3 lessons in the pyramid. First lesson up there is to help things go right. What do I want to be doing? Working from the bottom up. In other words, and I'm going to add this to it. To help things go right, I need to intentionally do that when things are going well. So in other words, I need to work the lower levels of the pyramid when things are going well. Too often when things are going well, we don't invest in the lower levels of the pyramid because, hey, things are going well. But actually, it's by actually getting intentional about the lower levels of the pyramid that we then earn the right to teach, communicate, and correct when we need to. I can go to my boss if I've worked the lower levels of the pyramid and say, boss, can't say that to the team. Okay, thanks, Mike. Thanks for sharing that with me, right? Because I've earned the right, because I've worked the lower levels of the pyramid with him. And so in fact, I have a facilitator. David was just with him, Dave Moss, who talks about that, or Chris is just with him. I think one of you guys is with him. But he talks about this idea of, I want to live my life commensurative to, I want to lead, he says, commensurative to the space on that pyramid. In other words, I want to be actually working in a way where I'm spending more time at the lower levels of the pyramid. Too often in the classroom, teachers think their work is what? Which levels of the pyramid? Top 2, right? And yet where is a teacher going to have the greatest influence in the classroom? The top 2? The bottom level. So this is the best parenting, best teaching tool, framework I can think of, right? So now lesson number 2 is if I get stuck at any level, the solution's where? Somewhere below, not up, which feels completely counterintuitive because for most of us in this room, when our correction is not working, we want to correct harder. When our teaching and communicating is not working, we want to correct. When our listening and learning is not working, we want to teach. So we want to go up. And the pyramid's saying go down. It's actually going down that frees you up to find something regardless of the choice of others that you can do to improve your influence and help things go right. So if my correction is not working, where do I go? I move down and I say, look, have I taught them? Have I shared the information with them to be helpful? And if I've done that and things are still not going well, where do I go? Move down, listen and learn. And if they won't open up to you, where do you go? Just, build a relationship. Increase the frequency of connection because they probably don't feel safe enough with you to tell you why things aren't going well. And if they won't connect with you, what do? Move down. Build a relationship with somebody who has more influence than you do, just to see what you can see and how you can be helpful. And if that's not going well, where do I go? Check my mindset, right? Is this person a person to me? Or might they feel as if they're just a vehicle, obstacle, or relevancy to me? Are there some red flags that tell me I may have betrayed myself here? I have an image about myself. Do I see myself as above or beneath them in some way? Am I blaming them and gathering allies? Right? All the things we just talked about, right? And then get curious about them and work my way back up that pyramid. Now, the last lesson up here is that the blue part up there is foundational. Mindset is foundational. In other words, everything in the white space is behavioral. Because it's behavioral, I can do it with an inward mindset or an outward mindset. So if my mindset's off, it'll undercut everything else I try in the higher levels of the pyramid. Let's play that out for a minute. So what does it look like to build a relationship with those who have influence if my mindset is inward? What's that look like? Yeah, we're going to gather allies, right? Get more justification, gather allies against a person, exactly. What's it look like to build a relationship with a person I'd like to see change when my mindset's inward? You manipulative, my agenda, right? Whatever. What's it look like to actually listen and learn when my mindset's inward? Yeah, I'm listening for what I want to hear, listening for you to take a breath so I can say what I want to say, right? What's it look like to teach and communicate when my mindset's inward? Lecturing, talking down, and what's correction look like? Well, punishing and shaming. Yet when my mindset's outward, what's it look like to build a relationship with those who have influence? Well, I want to see what they see. I want to find ways to be more helpful. What's it look like to build a relationship with a person I'd like to see change? I'm just increasing the frequency of connection. Not trying to fix them, not trying to change them, just connect more often. What's it look like to listen and learn? Well, tell me more. I'm really curious. What's it look like to teach and communicate? Well, it looks like help. And what's correction look like? It still feels like help, right? Might be hard, but it still feels like help. Now, again, what does an inward mindset do to this pyramid? That turns it upside down. Where are we spending most of our time when our mindset's inward? Yeah, in correction. Now, some of you have been through this training quite a bit, so I'm going to give you kind of a level 200 here. Actually, where we spend most of our time when our mindset's inward is justifying our inward mindset, right? And so, but then correction, and then, you know, we're in fact, every time I see that visual, I think about how hard it is to keep that thing up. It feels like it's just going to fall over any moment. And that's how my life feels like when I'm living that way. Right, at home or work, it just feels like that. Yet this over here is solid. And people often say, well, Mike, it takes time. It takes time. Yes, it does take time. It doesn't take time to see people as people. It does take time to listen and learn or to build relationships. Those all do take time. It takes time to communicate and teach. But if I take a little liberty on the quote from McKinsey, everything else is 400% more efficient. Because this swallows up all kinds of energy and effort. So my job here is to help your job get easier. Easier. Everything we've talked about, collusion in the box, protecting my image, takes time, takes energy that could be put to productive use. Okay? So we're going to watch 2 videos. This is Tammy. Some of you have seen these, but this is Tammy. And she's a nurse coordinator, and she has a patient who's refusing to do their dialysis. And so she's telling them why she needs to do her dialysis. It's not working, so she works down the pyramid and discovers that her daughter had just passed away, the very one who was bringing her. So no one saw that. Nobody even noticed that without her playing the pyramid. And then we'll watch the one that many of you have watched, Chip Huth, a police officer, who before Arbinger, his approach to policing was ask, tell, make. Ask somebody to do something, they didn't do it, he'd make them do it. Or he'd tell them to do it, and then they didn't do it, he'd make them do it. Until he learned the influence pyramid. So watch what happens here.
My name is Tammy. I'm a nurse care coordinator at Regions Hospital. We had an individual who's very non-compliant with her dialysis. A lot of times she wasn't going. She'd show up here in the emergency room, short of breath, chest pain, just have in medical crisis because she's missed so much dialysis. And she was just livid. Oh, she was angry. Yelling at the staff, trying to pull out her lines. I don't want to be here. You're making me be here. I don't want to do this. I was thinking as a nurse. I was thinking as a medical professional, and this is what you need to do. You need to go to your dialysis appointments. You need to do this. You need to do this. You need to do this. We've tried saying this is what you have to do. They've tried all different approaches. It's not working with her. I realized I needed to take a step down, and I needed to communicate with her. Teach her the importance instead of telling her. If you didn't do your dialysis today, you're going to end up back here tomorrow, and we're going to have to do this all again tomorrow. She still had her guard up, so I took the next step down. I took the time to listen and to learn about her. So I pulled up a chair, not being medical staff, not being anybody from the hospital. Hi, I'm Tammy. I said, I just want to talk to you. I said, I've never been through dialysis, so help me understand what your body goes through, what you go through. She goes, 3 days a week, I'm in pain. It hurts coming in, it hurts going out, it hurts my body top to bottom. I don't want to be here. I need to be home. My daughter's funeral is tomorrow. That daughter was the one who got her to her appointments, made sure this is how important it is, you go. She was at a loss. And I just realized that no one's taken the time to listen to her and really find out why she was hurting. Understanding that she's scared, took the final step down and just sat down with her and decided to build a relationship. Would you be willing to let me call you? Well, why do you want to call me? I said, just check in and just be that support for you. I said, you're telling me you're feeling a little lost because your daughter's gone. Can I be that support until we can really build something up for you? I said, if we can finish up and just do that, you can get home, you can be 100% to say goodbye to your daughter, be able to say what you need to say and be in a good spot. After her dialysis was done that day, she was supposed to go up to the 8th floor. They were going to monitor her for a couple hours, and she again got just livid. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. And the nurses were, no, you need to stay. You have to stay. I looked at her and I called her by name. And I said, just look at me. I said, it's Tammy. I said, do you remember talking downstairs? And like that, it was, oh, yeah, I remember. She's like, what can I help you with? I'm not here as a nurse. I'm not here as a doctor. I'm not here as somebody to tell you what to do. I'm here just to be a support for you. I saw somebody who was in pain and somebody that needed somebody. So something I did made a difference. And it was because I looked at her as a person and I gave her a chance.
So here's Chip. Let's see if I go back. I went back to the beginning. Oh, I'm not sure why that happened. So any comments or thoughts about that story? Any thoughts? Yeah. And she wasn't connecting until she took a moment and moved down that pyramid, right? Just wasn't connecting. All right, so here's Chip. Again, many of you have seen this one before. And
so we served the search warrant on this house that had been occupied by some gang members, and the whole purpose of them being there was to sell drugs. And there are several gang members in the house, and we get them all secured and rounded up, and we've separated the main group of the gang members off from this one individual that the detectives wanted to talk to. So he's standing by the couch, and tactical protocol says that we put everybody in a seated position. So I look at this guy and I say, sir, I need you to sit down on the couch, please. And he looks me right in the eye and he says, I'm not sitting down on that couch. But this guy was dead serious, convicted, he's not sitting down. And my initial reaction was to push him down on the couch. I could literally feel my arm moving that way. But I had just been to one of my inaugural Arbinger facilitations. And one of the things we focused on was the influence pyramid. I recognize right away that I'm at the correction, the tip of the pyramid, because I'm telling him to do something. I'm making a direct correction, and it's not working. And one of the principles I remember the facilitator emphasizing was that if you're having problems at one level of the pyramid, the solution's generally at a lower level. So I thought, okay, what's the next lowest level? Teach and communicate. So I started explaining to this man why I need him to sit down. I say, sir, here's the deal. We're going to be coming in and out of this house with all kinds of equipment to search and photograph evidence. We're going to be moving around a lot. If you're standing up, you're going to be in the way. Other people are going to want to stand up. It's going to prolong our time here, and it's going to make everybody's day longer. So I really need you to sit down. And I was pretty proud of that effort, by the way. And he looks right at me and says, well, that's good, but I'm not sitting down. Now I go back to that natural instinct. Move back up the pyramid, push him down on the couch. But I'm fighting it because I'm thinking I'm going to stay in this. I'm going to stay in this. And I'm going to work my way down the pyramid. What's the next level? The next level down from teach and communicate is listen and learn. So I simply asked the question, sir, why won't you sit down on the couch? At that point, he looks at me and says, I'll tell you why. I was shot a few weeks ago. I've got 7 pins in my knee. The doctor said if I bend this leg, the pins are going to pop out, and I'm going to have 2 more surgeries. He said, I'm not doing that for anybody. It was like this light bulb went on all of a sudden, and I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't sit down on that couch either. If I was in that position, are you kidding me? Like I just understood in this moment why this guy was so resistant. So I look around, I find this stool, and I said, I'll tell you what, if I move this stool over here and we can position your legs straight, you can sit down and have your leg on the stool, would you sit down then? And he says, yeah, I'll do that. So we get the stool in position, we help him navigate into a seated position, get his legs straightened out. Everything from there goes smoothly. And I'm sitting there reflecting on this, like in the moment, right? Number one, I'm excited because this worked. Like, you know, something I learned during a training actually worked when I operationalized it, you know. You don't understand how rare that can be. I start reflecting on the potential cost. Like, what would have happened if I would have used the correction and just shoved this guy down? You know, the pins are popping out of his knees. We're gonna have to call an ambulance. Now he's getting loaded out of there on a stretcher. Everybody in the neighborhood's gonna see that. He's going to tell his version of the story when he gets out of the hospital, and it's not going to sound anything like my version. We're looking at the potential for lawsuits. We're looking at the potential for community complaints. These things are almost certainly going to happen. And even if we win the lawsuit, the cost of litigating it is incredibly high. Man, it just struck me, and all these potential consequences, how they were avoided by this short, thoughtful conversation, by working this framework that we had learned in the facilitation. And, you know, it literally took as long to work through that pyramid from the top down as it took to tell this story. And that was the amazing part. It was extremely efficient.
I love that. Extremely efficient. So we're going to let you apply the pyramid to a situation of your own. So remember, I had you put in your brain a situation you're thinking about. And so love to have you just take a moment. If you'll go move to your workbook number 6, applying the pyramid. Really simple. We're going to have you take just a minute. I will like to have you, I'm going to walk you through the questions, but I'll put the pyramid back up so you can kind of think about it in your mind as we go through it. But I'd love to have you do is I want you to think for a moment, like, where are you at right now? Like, where are you spending most of your time in this particular situation right now? Right? What level of the pyramid are you probably spending most of your time in this situation? And for many of us, it'll be correction. Some of us will be teach and communicate, but where are you spending most of your time? And then I want you to move down the pyramid where you find something you can do, regardless of choices of others, to improve your influence and help things go right. It's probably where you're the weakest right now, right? It could be listen and learn. It could be building relationships. It could be building relationships with those who have influence. It could be, I'm in a box. I was with a group in Ethiopia, and I was training, and a woman in the room says, thinking about her 13-year-old, she says, Mike, I have to drop like a stone in a pond. I have to get out of the box first. But that's okay because the pyramid took her there. She knows that's the work she has to do. Okay? So once you've landed on that level, whatever it is, build relationships, listen, learn, or whichever one it is, once you've landed on the one that, hey, I need to spend more time there, once you put a little plan in place, what will you do and when will you do it? Okay? So jump in on your workbook and identify where am I at most likely right now? Where should I be spending more time? And what will I do and when will I do it? In other words, if it's teaching and communicate, what am I going to teach them? When will I do it? If it's listen and learn, when am I going to listen longer? If it's building relationships, how frequently am I connecting right now? And what can I intentionally do to double that, right? If it's build a relationship with those who have influence, who has influence, it might help me see what I don't see. If it's getting out of the box, which of those 4 self-awareness tools that you learned this morning and yesterday might help me here, right? So what will you do and when will you do it? Okay, so I'd love to have you find a new partner, somebody you have not partnered up with yet. So find a new partner, and there'll be a group of 3. So find somebody you haven't partnered up with, and just share with them. Say, hey, here's a situation I'd like to improve my influence with. Here's where I'm probably spending most of my time. Here's where I probably should be spending more time. Here's my plan, and then get your partner's feedback. Just get their feedback on your plan, what you could do to actually help things go right. Okay? All right, so find a new partner. Apply the influence pyramid. Find a partner. Somebody you haven't partnered with yet. And there can certainly be one group of 3, or I can partner with somebody. Travis needs a partner. Michael? Travis? Great. 2 of you? 2 of you? 2 of you? Yeah. And all right. How many of you found that discussion helpful? Get a little feedback from your partners and applying the pyramid? Awesome, awesome. So I'm going to do a little straw poll here just for a moment. And so how many of you in applying the pyramid felt like you need to correct more often? Okay, how many feel like you got to teach and communicate more often? How many of you feel like you got to listen a little longer? Okay, good, good, good. How many of you felt like I've got to build a relationship? They probably don't feel safe with me. How many of you feel like I have no idea what to do? I need to build a relationship with those who have influence. Okay, how many of you are like, I got to get out of the box? Okay, great. And so, look, I love that because if you think about it, look, it took us 10 minutes, 15 minutes. When Chip says this influence pyramid is efficient, it really is efficient because it quickly takes me to the things I can do to help things go right. I love the framework. I've seen it etched in the glass of a CEO's office. I've seen it painted at Western Growers here in California on their conference center wall. Is this massive pyramid, right? I've seen it in posters. I've seen it everywhere. It's a simple framework. And honestly, we use it with our parents. So young people come to treatment, and when they go home, obviously you can imagine there's some bumps in the roads and challenges. My Africa team used to be right outside my office, and I always hear them in the other room. It was always like, hey, let's get the pyramid out. Mom and dad get the pyramid out. Where are we on the pyramid? Almost always at correction. And so let's work our way down. And literally within 10, 15 minutes of conversation with a parent, they're like, oh, that's what we got to go do. Thank you, right? Thank you. So it's so efficient, so helpful as we move through it. So I hope that's helpful as a review for some of you. For some of you, it's new, but to apply that in your work moving forward. So lunch is ready. So it's kind of a nice spot, if it's all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch till 12:30, and then, 12:30 for the board members. Then 12:30 to 1, the board members will have a closed session because we're going to superintendent evaluation and self-evaluation, so we'll review those. Then the rest of you will come back here. We'll start at 1 o'clock. Does that work? So you get an hour lunch. Does that work? Okay. All right, let's break. Let's break, you guys. Thank you. Check 1, 2. There we are. We're on. Great, you guys. Well, thank you. So good work. And hopefully, Cabinet, you got a good hour lunch and a way to catch up on your emails. And so we're going to introduce you to the second and the last of our mindset change tools. This is called the outward mindset pattern. And then we're actually going to apply it to our own circumstance and situation that we're in right now. So have a little fun with it. And so this is a pattern that I can follow when I want to get intentional about doing anything in an outward mindset way. Just a simple pattern. And so if I was to conceptualize my job, either as a board member or cabinet member, with an outward mindset, I would conceptualize it in a way where I was taking others into account, right? That's what we talked about earlier. That's what it means to be outward. But I would actually realize that I impact more than just one direction of my work. The way in which I work impacts multiple directions. And so, in other words, I have those people that I have responsibility towards that I impact. And so we might have customers. In your case, you've got families, you've got internal, many of you in the cabinet actually have internal functions with internal clients or customers that you're responsible for. We have people who report to us. Board, you have a superintendent reports to you. And then you have a manager or supervisor. You have coworkers and peers that you work with. So every one of them has an outside triangle, and you all have an inside triangle. And the inside triangle represents what? If you're a board member, you were actually voted to be a board member for a very specific purpose. So you have goals, you have objectives, you have a governance responsibility. And so and if you're a cabinet member, you were hired for a very specific responsibility here in the district. So the inside triangle represents your responsibility, right? My responsibility, my goals, my objectives, what I'm trying to accomplish. The outside triangle represents theirs. In other words, it represents the people I have responsibility towards, okay? And so this is a visual representation of what it looks like to work with an outward mindset. In other words, I'm working in a way that takes others into account. This over here is a visual representation of what it looks like to work with an inward mindset. And why are there no outside triangles over there? Yeah, I don't care about them, or I don't know them, right? And so for most of us, we don't suffer from I don't care about them. We suffer from we don't really know their objectives, challenges, and needs. Yes, Sean. Yeah, but and even in both of those relationships, I still have a responsibility towards them. They have a responsibility towards me, right? That's what a relationship is, right? But yes, there are those folks who report directly to me, and there are people I report directly to. And so, but over here, I only see others in terms of what I'm trying to accomplish, right? They're there to help or hinder me in what I'm trying to accomplish, what I'm trying to achieve. But what if I think I'm doing good work? I think I'm pushing out good work. I think I'm focused on the right things, but I don't really know the objectives, challenges, and needs of those I have responsibility towards. Could that be another way of being inward? Well, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's what we suffer with most in your situation. Because all of you are good people of character. You're all focused. You want to do good things. You want to make a difference. But do we know the needs of those we have responsibility towards, right? We put them on the throne. Do we really understand their objectives, challenges, and needs? And that's what it really means to be outward. Otherwise, we're just like, we turn our little triangle outward, we think we're doing good things, we're pushing out work. The challenge is when we don't know it, we end up pushing out a lot of work that actually really isn't helpful. We waste resources to try and tackle a particular issue or challenge when actually this one thing would be the most helpful. And so we don't know it until we push it out. I went on a humanitarian trip several years ago to Mexico, and Pueblo, Mexico. Just north of Pueblo, Mexico, there's a large mountain there that's called the Mountain of Valencia, and about halfway up that mountain are 13 little villages, and none of them have running water or power. And you look down over the city of Puebla, which is about 3 million people with lights and power and water and every modern thing that you can imagine. But they live up on this village. And so we went to about 75 of us from Anasazi, went up there to put a plaza on the one-room school where all the kids gathered to go to school. They wanted a plaza out in front of it. So we went up there, and the gentleman who actually organized the trip He's just really outward, just how he works. And so we were working on this plaza maybe into day 2, and they bring this horse-drawn cart with a bunch of shovels and picks and all kinds of things, and they want us to follow them. So we follow them down this little Jeep trail, maybe a mile or so away from the village where we were at, and we get down there, and the Jeep trail has been cut out of the mountain from the torrential rains. I mean, literally just cut out of the mountain. It's like, from here to that chair over there, it's just the road has just been washed out. And they want us to fill it in. So they bring this tractor up one time a year to plow all their fields for their corn, and they, from the lower village, they bring it up, and they want us to fill in this hole. And we're like, oh my gosh. And so we start working on this hole and pulling dirt up and pulling things to fill it in so you can drive a tractor across it. And as we're doing it, all these people are coming out of the woodwork from the different villages coming to help us. And before you know it, there's 75, 80, 100 people that are just all lined up from the other villages with the 75 of us, and we're working together. And I looked over at the guy who organized the humanitarian trip, and I said, why don't we put a culvert in this road? You just put a culvert here? We'll never have to do this again, ever. Just put a culvert here. And he points up the mountain, and there's the 13 chiefs standing on their shovels, having a little bit of a powwow just up the hill, watching all their people. And he says, because they don't want a culvert in the road. It made no sense to me at all. We finished filling in the hole and went back over to the school, the one-room schoolhouse in the half a plaza we'd been working on. And while we had been gone, all of the women and children had been cooking and prepared this wonderful meal for all of us. And we ate and we danced and we had the funnest time ever. And he says, that's why they don't want a culvert road. They do this every year. They bring their people together to come and work together. And then, it's a chance to bring them and have this time together. And the way he serves when he goes to the villages, Tim Evans is his name, he'll come in and he'll say simply, look, what are you trying to accomplish? How can we serve you? Rather than coming in and say, you need this, you need that. I do nonprofit work all over the world, and I can tell you, I've been all kinds of places where people delivered something they thought would be helpful and actually wasn't. And so we get more efficient and more effective when we know each other's outside triangle. When I know yours, I know exactly what I need to do to be helpful to you, not just pushing out all kinds of things. Some of you may have heard this story before, but I was working with a large municipality. We were doing their strategic plan, and I met with the city manager and his executive team. We did a 2-day outward mindset training, and then we started the planning process, the outward mindset planning process. And literally 2 hours into that day, it was really clear that even though we'd gone through this training, they were all in the box big time towards the elected officials, towards the city council and towards the mayor's office because of all the demands on their time. They're trying to run a city, right? They're just trying to run a city, and these people want this, and they want this data, and they want this information, and they want this place, and they're trying to run a city. So this executive team was just struggling. They're in the box with the cap. I said, have you ever asked them what they're trying to accomplish, what they're trying to achieve, what their role is? They said, we haven't. I said, great. Thursday night, after city council meeting, just bring them all in. And I invited them all to bring a physical representation of what they deliver to the elected officials, right? To the city council members, and bring it in. And they thought that was the greatest thing ever. So you saw them bringing in plots of stuff or plot maps and stacks of data. And they just stacked. We put a big U-shaped table out, and I said, we had 8 city council members. We had 3 people from the mayor's office. The mayor wasn't there, but 3 people in the mayor's office. And we just got curious. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to achieve? What matters most to you here? It was just the greatest discussion. And just towards the end of the discussion, I looked at them and I said, hey, how helpful is all of this that they produced for you? I asked the elected officials. And you could hear the buzz in the room. Somebody looks over and says, actually, that's a really helpful report. That one there, that column is great. I don't know what the rest of that stuff is. That one I get every Friday in our update, but I've never been able to open it. That one's way outdated. We don't use that thing anymore. This one, right? They anticipated that we cleaned up 72 hours a week in 1 hour. Just a 1-hour discussion. It's 72 hours a week for that team and their admin staff, just by knowing, right, what was helpful, what wasn't, and what their objectives were, what mattered. And so Look, when we bring the outside triangles into the equation, we get more efficient, more effective at getting the work done. We're not just pushing stuff out we think is really helpful to everybody. We know you need this, right? But no. Okay, so here's the idea. When we're doing that, we're just being outwardly nice. There's a 3-part pattern we can all follow. It's we call it the Outward Mindset Pattern. We use the acronym SAM that helps you hold on to it. See others, adjust efforts, measure impact, okay? So see others. We want to strive to understand other people's objectives, challenges, and needs. We want to learn that. I did some work with a title company in Colorado called Alliant National, and the CEO always talks about this idea how we always felt like, he said, we always felt like we had really good customer service. But it wasn't until we actually asked our customers what their objectives were, what their challenges were, what their needs are. That was a game changer for us, right? And so when we start to understand that, so you got to start first by seeing others, and then let it influence you. Let it adjust the work you're doing, what you're delivering to be more helpful, or deliver more value, right? And drop things that aren't really as helpful to them. And then the third one is measure impact. Now, when my mindset's inward, if I'm just thinking about my results, how do I measure my effectiveness? You know, I've had this discussion before. Like, how do I measure effectiveness when my mindset's inward? You know, whether or not I'm happy or not, right? So it's typically output. Check the box out, got the numbers, pushed it out the door, right? But when I'm outward, am I only interested in output? No, what am I interested in? Impact. Yeah, did this help you? Was this actually helpful to you? The truest measure of effectiveness is not actually what you deliver. It's what others can do as a result of what you've given them. So in their ability to overcome their challenges and accomplish their objectives. And in economics, we use the language of utility as the truest measure of customer satisfaction. We don't use that language very often, but I love that idea. The usefulness of my work for others and helping them overcome their challenges and accomplish their objectives. And if I'm not interested in that, pretty good chance where am I? Right? Pretty good chance where am I? So we're going to watch 2 folks here who actually follow this pattern. So I just wanted you to watch. One's a school teacher, and or a principal. She's a principal at Prince George's County School District, and she has a parent who complains about her behind her back. Right? None of us have had a parent complain about us behind her back, but she does. And what I love about this video, by the way, one of my favorite things about this video is she notices she's in the box. She catches herself. So when we're done watching this video, I'm gonna ask you, how did she know she was in the box? She catches herself, right? She just knows she's there. And so I'll ask that question. And then once she notices she's there, she knows what's missing and she doesn't see. So she's got to now apply the outward mindset pattern. Okay, here we go.
Principal at Sarasville High School, and I've been here for 7 years. I had a parent who had an incident with her child, a woman who'd come in very upset, threatening to bring the media in and everything, and rather than contact me first, she sent an email to my supervisor, the superintendent, and everyone in between in order to solve this issue, so I didn't know anything about the issue. And I wasn't even on the email, so I had no idea. First, I was just, oh my goodness, how does this make me look? And I've gone inward because I'm thinking, how does that make me look? How does that make me look? How does that make me look? And I would get very offended, and it would be kind of hard to work with the parent because I'm just like, well, I feel like you told on me, basically, before you even told me what was going on. But I had to ignore the fact that she had, contacted everyone but me first. I had to take it away from me and just talk to her and say, okay, let me meet with this parent face to face and say, okay, what's going on? And just look at what their concerns were. And I really empathized with what the parent was going through. And then I had to tell them, okay, I wasn't aware of this, but let's see if we can resolve it. How can we make this better for your child? Because that's ultimately what we were dealing with, was an incident that happened with her child. And that's her child. It has nothing to do with me as a principal. It has to do with her as a parent and her child. So I had to stop thinking about me and think about her and her needs. But we had to go through everything first. We had to talk about, okay, this is what happened. And I had to say, okay, well, I didn't know about this, but this is how we can resolve that. Well, I don't know about this. Now, how would you feel better? Oh, okay. Oh, that's simple. We can do that, And we were able to work it out. I mean, when she left, we were hugging. It's like, okay, hug me, thank you so much for your assistance. She came back again on Tuesday just to thank me again and talk about some other things. And now she wants to actually come in and work with students, like be a volunteer. Yay, winning. Winning. But had I not turned, if I'd have stayed on my inside triangle, which I would have done probably even 6 months ago, then we wouldn't have made that type of growth. We would have just put a Band-Aid on it and kept it moving, or said, you know, well, I'm just not dealing with this, let somebody else deal with it.
Right? So how did she know she was in the box? Yeah, she's like, how does it make me look? How does it make me look? Which inward style? Need to be seen as, right? So she catches herself. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's the most important question we can go on, is notice when we're inward. So she catches herself and she notices, if I'm inward, what's missing? Well, I don't see this mom. So she applies the outward mindset pattern. How does she apply the outward mindset pattern? Schedule time to meet with the mom, and then how she adjusts efforts. Yeah, I loved her comment where her mom says, you know, here's what happened, and she says in the video, she said, oh, well, I didn't know that, but we can do this. But the mom's that's not satisfied. So she goes, okay, so what would be helpful to you? And, oh, yeah, we can do that, right? Suddenly, when she learns what would be most interested to the mom, it's something they can fix and do. Then measure impact. Mom, you know, she gives her a hug, she comes back to volunteer, all of that. Okay? So now, we're going to watch the second video here. This is Andrew Haley, a good friend of mine. He works for Citrix in the UK, so you'll love his accent. But Andrew, his team is responsible for what they call Zen Server. It's a product from Citrix. And he was sitting in Arbinger training just like all of you. And he is not liked. In fact, he and his team members were not liked at all, because they would do these updates to this server, and it would break other Citrix products that had been built off that platform. And so he's sitting here in this training, he's learning the outward mindset pattern, and he's like, looks to his team members, could we actually, before we push out this next update, apply the outward mindset pattern? So watch what happens.
A few years ago, we used to release Zen Server, and we'd have a lot of bugs that would come in immediately after the release. Not just bugs from the customer, but bugs from our other Citrix products that were a bit blindsided by our release and hadn't done enough testing with us to make sure that things would work smoothly together. There was a pivotal moment where we realized that we were about to make another release, and we thought, let's not do that mistake again. And we contacted an excellent colleague in the London office. We phoned him up and basically said, we realize we've had crossed swords in the past. We've run software to you that's been broken. And this gentleman said, sure, why don't we come down and talk about it? So I remember 3 of us jumped in a car and we went down to London that day. The best thing we did about the meeting was we just sat and listened. And we never had done that before with this individual. And he basically talked about the problems he'd had with our software in the past and the problems his team had with our software in the past. And we just listened. And we said, we'll go and think about this and go and come back with a solution. Over the months after that, we worked on a document with him, which was, before he would accept anything into his process, what's the things it must do before he could even consider using it? And this document became like 4 or 5 pages long. It eventually became test cases, but it was basically basic principles of what our software should do before it could even kind of enter into his mindset as being a useful thing. We converted that into test cases, and we never gave him software ever again that hadn't gone through that document. Gone through the test cases, but also we read the document religiously. And again, there was a great moment when we gave him the first release, and we told him, look, we've read the document. The software fails categories 4, 5, and 9. It passes all the rest. Martin, do you think it's good enough? And he said, oh yeah, 4, 5, and 9, I don't mind. That's great. And that was because I realized it wasn't all about clauses 4, 5, and 9. It was all about the fact that we cared. We'd read the document, we had checked it, the fact that we were nervous about whether he would accept it or not, and the fact that we'd listened. And that was our first thing where we understood that understanding people's outer triangles was important, But what Arbinger did for us was actually to realize that that was not just a one-off thing that, hey, it worked for Martin. It's going to work for Zen Desktop. It's going to work for that release. It made us understand that the fact that if you do that systematically, it kind of usually always works. And so that's what we do now. We try to talk to as many of the other parts of Citrix that use our product as possible to get that same kind of reaction, to get that same kind of acceptance. And it's been spectacular. We now have a Thursday evening meeting with all these product groups every single week, and all we talk about is, so what problems are we causing you? What breakage are we likely to cause you? How can we stop that? And those are some of the most effective meetings we have in the whole week. Since we've been doing these careful listening sessions before we make product changes, we carefully track a thing called customer-raised unique defects. So this is a bug, that's an escape bug that's gone out into the market. Then we've actually reduced the number of CRUDs, the CRUDs, from 60 at any one time down to 30. So it's a 50% improvement in how much time we've freed up of our engineering staff. We track them as a function of time after our release, and we've actually fundamentally changed the gradient of the graph of how many unique defects our customers find after release, up to a year after release. So we know we're on the right track here, and we know we've got the metric to make it better. In terms of salaries, we're talking about an improvement of about £500,000 a year in terms of actual freeing up new engineering time without having to hire anybody, without having to train anybody, without having to go through the full recruitment cycle. That's actually just directly going into the product.
So how did he apply the outward mindset pattern? How did Andy do it? What's the first thing he does? He jumps in the car, goes down to see them and listen, right? Listen. Yeah. And then how does he adjust efforts? That document together, to agree on it, right? And then how does he measure impact? Yeah, he's got the day, he's got the CRUDs, but I love what you just said, Jennifer, right? Like he actually sets up a Thursday night meeting. Every Thursday, just connect. What are we likely to break? He's constantly, he wants that, he's so genuinely interested in that feedback that he wants to know. Like, what can we do to not make that, or make sure that doesn't happen, right? So I love it. So a simple pattern. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna apply this first to ourselves. So we're not gonna share this one, that's just for you. We're gonna have you think about a personal situation, a challenging situation for you. It could be a relationship at work, could be one at home, but just a personal situation. We won't share this one, so it's just for you. And then we're actually gonna apply it to each other, right? The outward mindset pattern. We'll have some fun with that. And so let's start first. If you'll go to, right here, number seven. And what I'd love to have you do is we start this one just for a minute. I'd love to have you think about somebody that might be particularly challenging for you right now, or a situation that involves other people that might be particularly challenging for you right now. It could be home or work, either one for you. And I'm going to invite you to close your eyes. This isn't anything weird, but I want you to just imagine something for a moment. And then I'm going to invite you to open your eyes and type, right? Just type what comes to mind, okay? So have you close your eyes. And I'd love to have you think about this other person, or these other people in this challenging situation. I'd love to have you think about them long enough to where you can see them in your mind. See their eyes, you can see their face. See their hair if they have any. Now I want you to imagine that you and this other person are in an imaginary world. And in this imaginary world, everything is the same except for you. And your mindset's outward. And they count and matter like you matter. And I want you to ask yourself, what is life like for them? What are they hoping to accomplish? To be seen, to matter, make a difference, belong? And what are the challenges they face accomplishing what they're hoping to accomplish. Things are hard for them. And what things do they do really well? They just do really well. Now be careful not to stand above them, just looking down upon them as an autonomous observer. No, you're not above them. You're outward. And be careful not to blame them because you're out of the box. What is life like for them? Now open your eyes and just type. Don't worry about punctuation. Just what did you see? What are their objectives? What are their challenges? What are their needs? Just write about them for a minute. And then ask the question, are there any things that you may have done that have made things more challenging or difficult for them? And you may not have, but if you have, write that down. Anything that may have made that harder for them in some way. And then given what you just wrote down, is there anything you feel like you could do? Anything you feel like you should do? So in other words, any adjustments that you might need to make as a result of what you're thinking about right now to be more helpful or to lighten their load in some way? Or now, how many of you are feeling something you could do, something you should do? Raise your hand. Just something like, okay? Now think about that for a minute. How quickly that came to you when you start to consider them, right? And suddenly you feel things you could do, things you should do once you bring them into the equation for a moment and consider them. Now, you've now regained their sense of humanity, and so you're now back to a choice point. Remember our self-betrayal? I can now honor that sense or betray it. If I honor it, it flows. If I betray it, where am I going to go? Back in the box. So it's just seeing others, trying to see others, that got me out of the box. I now see possibilities, things I could do, things I should do, and you got to go and do it. You got to go and do it. That's your homework. You got to go and do it. And if you don't, you'll just go right back in the box and justify yourself all the more. And you got to do it right away, because tomorrow you'll be thinking about, like, what was I thinking about yesterday, right? No, you got to go do it. You got to go and do it. And then the last piece up there is, how will I measure? How will I know that whatever change I've made was actually helpful or not, right? How will I know? Will I ask them? Will I set up a Thursday night meeting? What will I do to actually follow up and make sure that whatever adjustment, whatever change, whatever I've done was actually helpful to them? Maybe make a note there. I had a superintendent I was working with who had one cabinet member was just a huge thorn in his side. And so he was doing this training with you, and he decided that what he was going to do every month, he was going to ask that cabinet member 2 questions. And because he was trying to make some changes as a leader, and he said, I asked him 2 questions for a year. First question was, this month, did you feel like you had a voice? And this month, did you feel like your voice was heard? And he said, that year was asking him those 2 questions was actually the best leadership training I could have ever received. I was so unaware of how people experienced me, of how he experienced me as a leader, where things are. He says, I learned so much just asking those 2 questions of him every month, right? So how will you follow up? What will you do to measure impact here? So any questions about this simple idea? See others, adjust efforts, measure impact? I carry around a little journal. You saw that I put a seating chart in place so that, I can follow up. You send me an email in 2 months, and I can follow up to you. But it's my record of our time together with a few notes. And so, but between those pages of my training and work with others, there's often a page there that just says, I play Sam, like, what's life like for my son Hayden today? I just write about him. And what can I do to adjust my efforts to be more helpful to him? And when even just asking a question, I know right away 2 or 3 things I could do differently. And how am I going to measure impact? It takes me 15, 20 minutes. There's something just so therapeutic about taking a few minutes and just letting those words pour on the paper in that pattern of see others, adjust efforts, measure impact, and then just go and do it. Just go and do it. Just resets my outward mindset in the right way. And so I hope you'll remember Sam, something you can hold on to. What we're going to do is we're going to introduce you to 3 questions that follow that same pattern that we can ask each other in our work environment. We're going to give you a chance to do that here. We're going to let you ask, and we're going to let Cabinet ask board members, and board members ask Cabinet. And where we don't have we've got an odd number, we won't match up, we'll let you ask or join a group of 3. And so, but we're going to let you get really curious. There's 3 questions, so I'm going to skip ahead here real quick. If you'll go to you'll see the 2 columns. You'll see application. Go to the 3 questions. And I'd love to have somebody read question number 1 up there for us really quickly. Let's see. Here they are right here. So question number 1. What's question number 1? Somebody read that nice and loud for us. Yes. Thanks, Sean. So this is a question I can ask of somebody. Just look, I want to get really curious. How does someone in my role impact you or potentially impact you, both positively and negatively, and what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to achieve? It gives me a chance to really see them. Okay, question number 2. We'll read that one nice and loud for us. Okay, really simple question. How could someone in my role be more helpful? Question number 3. What frequency I should be checking in and holding myself accountable. Now, I love how these 3 questions are asked exactly how they're written, because it takes me out of the equation with the first 2. It's like, not how can I, but how can someone in my role affect you both positively and negatively? Second question, how can someone in my role be more helpful to you? And then it brings me back in on the last question, how often should I be checking in and holding myself accountable to that, right? So see others, adjust efforts, measure impact. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 rounds, And so you'll get a chance to meet with 2 people, so kind of look around, think about who you'd actually like to meet with. You're going to ask the 3 questions, right? So if David and I were to partner up, I would ask him the 3 questions. I'm not going to take his first response. And I'd say, tell me more about that. I'll type the notes you'll see inside there. I can just type the notes in there of what his responses are. And then you're going to let them ask those same 3 questions of you, and they'll type the notes in there. And then we'll switch. We'll find a new partner, do the same thing again. And then I'm going to ask you, look, what adjustments are you going to make as a result of what you just learned asking these 3 questions of people you have responsibility towards? Does that work? Okay. So we'll take 15 minutes each round. So 15 minutes, you got 7.5 minutes each. So you're going to spend 7.5 minutes asking those 3 questions, and they're going to ask you 7.5 minutes those 3 questions. Then we'll find a new partner. Does that work? Okay, find a partner. See if cabinet can partner up with a board member. Board members can partner up with cabinet members. You guys are so excited. Make it easy. We can do a group of 3 if we need to, because I know we have one number. Let's see the 2. Is there someone? Okay, just one more minute to wrap up this discussion. One more minute. Okay, you guys. All right. So, love to have you look around the room. So you're going to partner up with, see if you can connect up. Because I'm going to say ready, set, go, and you're going to run to whoever you want to meet with next to ask these 3 questions of them. So we'll do one more round. So look around, see who you'd like to meet with, and ready, set, go. Go find them. Go find them. Quick, quick, before somebody else gets there. Okay, good, good. Oh, you were quick. Same thing. You're going to ask 3 questions of them. They're going to ask 3 questions of you. Okay, who needs a partner? Right there. Great. Okay, just another minute or so on this one. All right, you guys. Have you returned to your seats? Hey, return to your seats. So how many found those conversations helpful? Are those helpful? Now, you do not have to be in a training to actually ask those 3 questions. Does that make sense? So, yeah, go back to your seats. Yeah, we're done. So those 3 questions are available to you. They're in your handbook. And actually in the handbook, you can download and print them and invite your teams to use it. I love the 3 questions. And so, but what I want you to do for just a minute, before we move on, I just want to take just a minute. I want you to just think about, and you can write it in your handbook or you can write it on a piece of paper, is there anything you're going to do differently as a result of what you just learned asking the 3 questions? Any adjustments you're going to make as a result of what you just learned asking those 3 questions, okay? Just take a minute, put a couple thoughts together. What will you do differently? Then I'm going to ask a couple of you to share. What will you do differently? Beth and Mark were so into it. They're like, hey, it got quiet. Okay, so as you're thinking, what adjustments? Anybody willing to share? What will you do differently as a result of what you just learned? Yes. Yeah.
And I think a good job of that, but sometimes I'm so spending time crafting that rather than just getting that.
Just getting the information to them.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that.
Yeah. And look, when you have a relationship with them, you can just say, hey, this may not come out perfectly, but here's a situation you ought to be aware of, right? So perfect. Great. What else? What else will you do differently as a result of what you just learned? Hey, just try harder to understand their work and what they're trying to accomplish, right? All these folks have a lot of work on their plate, a lot of things they're trying to do, and to understand that is awesome. Yes, Heidi. Oh, okay. Yes, Sean. Yeah, they put a lot of work into this. And so, yeah. 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 Good. So more proactive communication, right? Just being aware of the work that they put into it as they come forward, and understanding more fully their role and what they're trying to do and where they're spending their time and what's front of mind for them. Anything else? Yeah. Yes, right away. Yeah. 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 Awesome. So again, you have those 3 questions. You don't have to wait for a train to ask them. You can schedule the time and go ask those 3 questions of each other anytime, right? Just ask the questions, learn about each other. And you have a meet to learn. You can do a meet to learn. I love it when I get an email from somebody that says, at Arbinger or on a South, who says, Mike, I'd like to schedule a meet to learn with you. Or I'd love to schedule time to ask you the 3 questions. Well, you all know what that means now, so you just do it, right? Just do it. Just partner up and meet. And don't think because you've done it once, look, things change. The sheer dynamics of work and pressure and everything else going on and adjustments and pivots and priorities, all of that happens. So you want to frequently do this. You don't want grass to grow between you. You want to really know and see each other and understand each other to where you feel safe enough just to stop into somebody's office and have a conversation, okay? That make sense? All right, so we're going to wrap up with 2 things. And those who have gone through the training before, you know a little bit about the chairs. We're going to talk about the chairs for a few minutes, the metaphor of the chairs. And then we're going to do some takeaways for today, and then we'll let you go. Does that work? Okay. So if I was to use those 2 chairs over there and I was to set them up as a metaphor for collusion, how would I situate them? Yeah, I'd put them back to back. Why? By the way, Heidi, did you remember? Yeah. I love that. I really love that. In fact, that combined with what Beth said, if all of us would just follow that simple rule, rather than make an assumption, just pick up a phone call or just go stop by their office. Just go have a conversation with them before you talk to anyone else about it, right? And I can't tell you how many times somebody will come to me as a leader complaining about somebody, and I'll say, have you told them that yet? No, go talk to them. And 9 out of 10 times it gets solved, right? Okay, so yeah, we put these back to back. This represents collusion really well. Why? Yeah, we don't see each other. We just don't see each other. We're cut off from each other, okay? And so now, how do you think, collusion ends? How should collusion end? Well, how would we situate them as a way to end collusion? Have them face each other, right? Have them face each other. Great. Sometimes people say side by side, right, together. But what if I was to say, this is how collusion ends? What do you think I mean by that? Yeah, the only chair I can turn around is whose? My own. I can't turn their chair around. They have choice too, darn it. So I can only turn mine. There's no guarantee when I do turn mine that they are going to turn theirs. Like, how likely is it that 2 people are going to turn their chairs around at the same time? Not very likely. And so I can only turn mine. And like I said, when I turn mine, there's no guarantee they will turn theirs. I think it's the best guarantee, though, best chance they ever will, because it's really hard to stay in the box towards somebody who's just genuinely interested in you, in your success. Really hard to stay in the box toward that person. It's possible, but it's hard. It's really hard. The other reason why I think this is the best chance is because when I turn my chair around, I'm no longer giving them what? Excuse and justification. In order for them to be in a box, they have a need. What's that need? Justification. And when I have my chair turned away, what do I give them? Justification. And so here, I don't give them justification. I give them responsibility. Every moment, every day, I'm giving those that I interact with justification or responsibility. And every person I meet is just like me, sometimes in the box, sometimes out of the box. And when they're in the box, they need justification. And when I'm in a box, I just give that to them. That makes sense? That's my greatest motivation not to be in the box. It's how easily I let others off the hook from being responsible. Here I give them responsibility, right? I give them responsibility. So, okay, great. So, look, given all of that, so when I'm inward, what do I think has to happen to end collusion? What do I think has to happen? they have to turn their chair around, right, before I can turn my chair around. So it turns out, it's kind of interesting. It turns out that me doing the very thing that I'm waiting for them to do is the way that the collusion ends, right? When I'm doing the very thing that I'm waiting for them to do. So the most important move is that we turn our chair around. Most important move is that we're the first to turn our chair around, the first to make it right. I don't think there's anything more important that all of us as leaders can do than be the first to take responsibility, the first one to turn our chair, the first to make it right. That's what makes it safe and easy for others to do the same. And there's actually research in the retail environment when something goes wrong between a retailer and a customer, and the retailer takes responsibility for it, makes it right, the satisfaction level of the customer is higher than if nothing went wrong at all. Now, I think that principle applies in all of our relationships. But I'm not telling you to go create problems. No, you'll just naturally do that. All of us will naturally do that, right? We'll forget the phone call. We'll blow somebody off in a conversation. We'll not include somebody in a decision. We thought, we will do that. But when we can own it, we can turn our chair, be the first to turn our chair around. That's what makes it easy for others to do the same. So I had a mom who attended an Arbinger workshop 1 year after she had gone to it at Anasazi. And she was sitting in the room, and the parents were asking her about her experience. And she says, this year, I have learned my superpower. Everybody's like, what's your superpower? She says, turning my chair. That's my superpower, right? Something I can do. And so turning my chair. No, what feels risky about turning my chair? Yeah, maybe they don't change, or I don't know how they're going to react. What else? What else was risky about this? Yeah, maybe they're get off the hook from the bad things they're doing. I'm now vulnerable. I get taken advantage of in some way, it feels like. Well, look, all those fears that I have are fears that I'm having when I'm in the box. Because my view of getting out of the box when I'm in the box is that I just lay down and let people walk all over me. I think it's just being a marshmallow, right? That's what I think it means to get out when I'm in, right? Yeah, and yet that's not the case at all. We said earlier, to be outward might mean difficult conversations, might mean hard things, right? So no, turning my chair is not a marshmallow. Turning my chair is seeing people as people, right? And so actually I'm at greater risk here when I'm blind and I can't see. And so I'm at less risk here when I can actually see, right? And so what turning my chair is not, it's not becoming a doormat. It's not letting others get away with it. It's seeing people as people and doing what that might require, which could mean putting a boundary in place. It could mean say no. It could be letting someone go. But I can let a person go or I can let an object go. Those are two very different things, right? So it may still require difficult things. But what it means to turn my chair is I'm seeing people as people. They're people, right, who count and matter like I do, who have objectives, challenges, needs, battles of their own. And I think I've shared that with you before, but attributed to Plato, it's also been attributed to Robin Williams, which is everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about, so be kind. And so, look, they have battles. They have, and one of three things is going to happen when you turn your chair around. First, if you turn your chair around, eventually they turn their chair around. That's one possibility, right? Because it's really hard to stay in the box towards somebody who cares about you. So they might turn their chair around. They might get worse before they turn their chair around because you've just taken away their justification. They need you to be bad when they're in the box. But one possibility is they eventually turn their chair around, right? The other possibility is you turn your chair around and it never was what you thought it was. It wasn't really about you all along, right? It was they have a challenge, something that's going on in their life it really has very little to do with you. The third possibility is you turn your chair around and they don't turn their chair around, right? They don't turn their chair around. I've watched that happen. Not very often, but I've watched that happen. What typically happens there is that they go and war somewhere else because they're no longer getting the justification they need in your relationship to stay in that relationship anymore, okay? But the thing that happens is when I turn my chair around, look, they may not change, but I change. I change. I had someone in a workshop who said, Mike, does this stuff work? I said, well, it depends upon your definition of work. If your definition of work is that they change, I can't guarantee that. But if your definition of work is that you change, yes, Yes. So you turn your chair around. You're now free to give your best. Do your best. Whether they're in the box or not has nothing to do with you doing your best and giving your best. I'm not having to ruminate over it. I'm not tell 25 people about it. I'm not, right? I'm free to do my best. Somebody also asked in a workshop, Mike, at what point is it okay just to turn my chair out? Like, right, I've tried to turn my chair out. One of my colleagues said, so why would I ever want to be justified in being miserable? Which is where I am when I'm in the box, right? I'm ruminating over it, justifying. I read books in a way that justify. I listen to podcasts in a way that justify me. I got to tell 25. Does that make sense? And so now I'm just free to do the work. Focus on the work and do the work. And so, all right, so we're going to have you wrestle with 3 questions up here. 3 questions as a group. And so just at your tables, love to have you wrestle with these 3 questions. First question up there is, okay, so what are the consequences of actually not turning my chair? Okay, keeping my chair turned away. What's the consequences of that? Then 2, look, what keeps me from turning my chair out? What are the things that hold me back from actually turning my chair out? And you don't have to tell the circumstance you're thinking about, but just what holds me back? And then what would be possible if I turn my chair on? What do I make possible when I turn my chair on? Okay? So just at your tables, take a couple minutes, discuss it. I'll come join you guys. Feeling a little light over here. Yeah. Yes, me. Oh, I thought you were saying me. Yes, me. But what keeps us from turning our chair? Yes. Pride is an interesting response. Pride actually is a consequence of self-betrayal. It's not a cause. It's a consequence, right? It's a consequence of my resistance or refusal to treat others as people, right? That's pride is my way of seeing myself as above others, and so it's so to if I think of pride as the cause, then I'll try not to have as much pride. Like I'm not going to have as much pride. It's not something I can just think my way out of. So it's interesting. It's when I see people as people, I don't have pride. When I'm responsive to the other human being in front of me, I don't have pride. When I'm resistant to other people, when I betray myself, I get prideful. That's my way of justifying, right, how I see myself with others. And so, but yes, in the end, that pride, that condition I'm in, keeps me from turning my chair. What else? All the fears that I have when I'm in the box, all those fears that it's actually the complete opposite of what you think, right? When we're in the box, we think, if I get out of the box, they're going to get off the hook. They're going to get away with it. I'm going to get mistreated. It's the opposite. It's actually when I'm in the box, I get mistreated. It's in the box that I give them excuse and justification. They get off the hook. It's the complete opposite of what you think, right? So it's this false view that I have of getting out that keeps me from turning my chair. And this need for justification that I have when I'm in a collusion, I actually need them to be bad. What will my story be if I turn my chair and I stop blaming them, right? Yeah. Yeah. And there's a bit of just understanding. You know, someone asked when I'm out of the box, can I see that someone else is in their box? And I said, yes, being out of the box is not rose-colored glasses. It's seeing people truthfully, which some people are just like me, sometimes in, sometimes out. So when I'm out, I understand. I've been in a box before. The last thing I want to do is make that harder. I have compassion on your box, empathy. When I'm inward, I uptake it. I use your mistreatment to justify my own, right? And so being outward, I see people. I see they're just like me, sometimes in, sometimes out. We asked the question over here, does it mean I have to apologize? Does it mean, no. Being outward, I see them as a person, and I do what would be most helpful to them. And I cannot turn my chair on to get them to turn their chair on. That just looks like this, right? I turn my chair, and it goes like this, and like this, and like this, and it's just a dance. I have to turn my chair on because it's the right thing to do for them, not because of what I want them to do for me. And it turns out that's the best thing for you too, because now you're free to do your best. And it's the right thing to do for the district and the work that we're doing to turn our chair around. Because now you've all been entrusted with resources for one purpose, for productive use. And we squander those when we are in collusion. We waste them. So, great. Now the last question up there is, what do we make possible when we do turn our chair around? Yes, I give them an opportunity. I make it easy for them to turn their chair on. It's easy for them to own up. It's harder for them to stay in the box. And so I create a much different world. I change their world when I turn my chair around. I just change their world for them, right? So, awesome. Hey, you guys. So, any questions about turning your chair? So, a couple of cautions I'm going to give you. 2 cautions. The first caution is, as you leave here today, don't take what you've learned here today and try and go and fix your most toxic relationship. It won't work, right? So, no. If we all got permits to climb Mount Everest, none of us could do it tomorrow. I mean, maybe David could, but none of us could probably do it tomorrow. We'd have to climb some hills. We'd have to climb small mountains. We'd have to, right? It would take us some time. So as you leave here today, just focus on, look, what's a relationship that I could actually improve? Where's one that maybe it's been strained a bit, or maybe it's not as close as it could be? And go and turn your chair there, or go and ask the 3 questions, or go and do a meet to learn, or just work on those relationships and have a few wins that will start to help you prepare to actually work on those most toxic relationships and actually get a little confidence in the fact that, no, actually they're a person. They're a person. And I can turn my chair and I can safely remove myself. In fact, here's the thing. When you turn your chair, you don't even have to like the other person, right? It's just seeing them as a person. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to go camping together, you have to spend time together, you have to do, they're a person, right? That's all you're doing. And, but anyway, so that's first caution. Because then you'll leave and try and talk that toxic relationship and you'll quickly turn back to the box and this doesn't work. And so no, work on those relationships you know that you can improve, you can do better, you get the courage. Second thing is, how many of you here yesterday and today were thinking about somebody who you wish was in this room with us? Right? Now, here's my second caution. Please do not leave here and go out and try and fix somebody's box. It just won't work. This wasn't for you to fix others. This is for you to fix you, right? This is for us to improve, for us to get better. And so now it doesn't mean others aren't going to meet a box and challenging. It doesn't mean that you guys can't banter and have a little fun with it, right? You've learned the work and you have a common language and there's some tools. But don't call people's box out. In fact, you can weaponize any good thing, even Arbinger, you can weaponize. And I've actually been with organizations where there's been a leader or two who have weaponized Arbinger. They've called other people's box out versus, this is for us to notice when we're in the box and be quick to turn outward ourselves. So don't use it to try and fix others. Does that make sense? So that's the second caution. And then the question came up earlier on how do I keep this alive moving forward? And so you have, I just quick review. You have in the portal every one of the tools I've shared with you, the Meet to Learn, the Start in the Right Way, the bunch of other cool tools in there. They're downloadable, printable PDFs in there. You can just print them off, use them anytime. You can use them with your team. You can use them with the board, with a cabinet. You can start a meeting off with it. There's also 40 sustainment videos in there. They're all about 4 minutes each. Super fun videos. You'll see Chip again. You'll see Louise again. Super easy videos in there. They actually spark some of the best conversations. So if you want to kick off a meeting with them and just watch a video and have a conversation with the team, awesome opportunity to do that. And so those are available to you as well. You have the books in there. You can read. You can do a book study. I was in Baton Rouge. We did a book study with Cabinet, and so the Cabinet would read a chapter. Everybody was responsible to read the chapter, but then the one Cabinet member would come and share, do really fun, have a conversation around it. So there's a free book study piece that's in there with each one of them. There's a little book called Arbinger Principles. So all those one-liners you're frantically trying to write down, they're in there. And what's self-betrayal, what's collusion. So you have those resources. In addition to the Arbinger podcast, those are awesome. Just listen to them. They're so fun. They're 30 minutes. And you will love where it takes your brain. And so, because this work is only as good as you go put it in motion. And it's a lifelong journey to try and be more outward. And so, but the touch points, the chance to refresh and reset are really important. So to build that into your work practice, into your personal life is really important to help you stay outward. So use the resources that are available to you. And that'll keep getting updated. There'll be cool things that'll be coming online. We have an Arbinger coach that's coming out, an AI coach called Theo, and it's really great. And it's got all of our years of content built into it, and you can ask it a question like, what do I do about this situation? It's really helpful, really helpful. So you'll see a lot of new resources that'll come in that portal. That's something that you can use your entire career here at Elk Grove, is the portal and the resources there for you. Okay? So I'd love to have you take just a couple minutes at your tables, and let's see with our time. We just got a few minutes, so just your tables takeaways again. What were the takeaways from our time together? And then we'll share out a couple of takeaways and we'll let you go. Okay? I'll share one story, and then we'll let you go. You can scoot your chair over to this table since they're kind of got short there. Actually, there's a chair there. had him scoot his chair up there. You can join him. All right. So what did you guys talk about over here? Takeaways. Just the refresh, coming back to it. Yeah. Yeah, so their table, they talked about the refresh, just coming back to it. Different people, different dynamics, different challenges, different positions, just to refresh to it and realize, oh, that's how I want to be, right? That's how I want to be. Great. What did you guys talk about? Yeah. That pyramid, working from the bottom up, right? Good. What did you guys discuss? Yeah. Yeah. Start in the right way. I love that. In fact, that leads me to the story I was going to share. Because, look, all of you are leaders. All of you have such influence, and it's so fun to be in this room with all of you. Think about the number of employees, number of students you have responsibility towards, but you set the tone. It's hard for them to get above how much this group of people really cares about each other and cares about the work. And so you get a chance to share these ideas, starting first by you living them with others, right? And then you get a chance to share using some of the tools. And people often ask the question, well, what if others haven't been through the training? Can I start in the right way? Well, how hard would it be to explain to somebody what an inward mindset is, what an outward mindset is? Really easy. And you've got the 3 questions. Nobody has to go through this training to invite people to go and ask the 3 questions of the people they have responsibility towards. Really easy. Or meet to learn. So the tools are very simple, very easy to go and do. The videos are easy to watch, easy to have good discussions around. Every video I've shared with you, you now have available to you. It's in the handbook you just saw. And so you've got resources to go and do that. Now, several years ago, I had an opportunity to go and teach Arbinger in Ethiopia, as I shared earlier. There were 3 nonprofits that flew me over there to work with their in-country staff. And we went to do this training, got to this hotel in Debrecen, Ethiopia, and It was called the Pyramid Hotel. It was all these little pyramids. And I got through. Did I tell this story before? I just pyramids. It felt like something, when you walked in the pyramids, it felt like something out of the 60s, 70s. It had mirrors and purple, and it was just kind of, and so, but you walked in, and I went to teach the group, and we had about 40 people, and there's this one gentleman comes up right at the beginning, comes up, shake my hand, and he says, I'm so glad you're here. And he says, I only get to be here for one day, but I'm glad you're here. And he turns out he was the mayor of a small community that one of the nonprofits served. And he says, I can only be here one day. And I said, well, great. I'm glad you're here. It'll be great to have you here today. And so he sat in the middle of the room, never even opened his book, just sat there and smiled at me the whole day. Didn't interact with anybody, just smiled at me the whole day. And so I didn't know how much he actually got out of it. And he came up at the end of the day, and he grabs my hand, and he says, look, can you come to my village on Friday? And I said, love to. After the train, let's go. So they made arrangements for me to go. So after Friday, we jumped in a van. We drove all the way up to about 40 miles to Dara. We get to this little village, and we go back through the backwoods or back through the homes and there, and we get to the schoolyard. And it's this big, acre with a cinder block fence and razor wire on the top. And we drive up to the gate, this big wooden gate, and they open the gate, and there's like 200 children waiting for us. And they're all lined on this little road that goes into the schoolyard. And so we drive in, and they're all singing to us. And as the van gets closer to the center, in the center of the schoolyard is this like army tent with the flaps open on it, and it's been set up out there, and all the desks from the classrooms have been pulled out and put underneath this tent. And up in front, in the desks are the parents of these 200 children. And up in front of the parents is the mayor. He's up there just preaching to him. And I didn't understand a thing he was saying. They brought me over there and sat me down up front, and I turned to the headmaster there at the school who was sitting next to me, and I said, what's he talking about? And she says to me, I don't know. She didn't go through the training. She's like, I don't know. Something about a box. So I'm like, a box? Tell me more. So she starts talking to me about what he's telling. Tells a story that I told about my son. But he's telling the parents, your children are people. They're people. They've got ideas. They've got thoughts. Because his worry was that, they were so abusive to their kids, so hard on their kids. And he was like, they have ideas. They want to learn. They want, he's talking to them. So he's just telling this outward, inward mindset. We can't be inward towards our children. It was just, I'm like, wow. And after we got done, all the parents come up, we take pictures, and they wheeled me over to the administrative office, which was the only room that had doors. It was just, there's one door, administrative office. You walk into it. There's one big desk. There's a small little desk in the back corner with the only computer I saw in the school. And there's a little woman behind that desk, and she's typing in attendance records or something, right? And they walk us into the room, and we're in a circle. And they pass, this is before COVID, so we all ate with our fingers out of this jarra. They passed around, and then they present me with this beautiful beaded vase. And then the mayor goes over by the door, and there's this case of sodas. And he pulls the case of sodas into the center of the circle. He takes the soda out. And with each member in the circle, and we had like a couple of people from the mayor's office, a couple of the city council people, a couple people from the school, and then 3 or 4 of us from the nonprofit. So there's maybe 8 or 10 of us in a circle. He would pop the lid off, and he would hand you this, like ceremonially, hand you this bottle of soda, right? And you'd take the soda, and then he'd do the same thing for the next person. And then he comes to me with this soda, and he takes it out of the jar, and then he walks right past me, goes to the little lady in the corner at the computer, and he walks right up to her, and then he takes the soda, and he pops the lid off, and she looks at him first, kind of surprised. And then he hands her the soda. And if I could have had a video camera to watch her face just light up, somebody saw her, right? Somebody saw her. And he gives her the soda. And she's just so happy about this soda, And then he comes back in the circle, and as he walks past me, he says, you taught me she's a person, not an object. And he comes in and gives me a soda. So you get to go do that with this work. To take it back, to help people see each other's people. Like they're a person. We got to listen to them. Their perspective matters. They matter. And that's what we get to do with this work. The impact of this work is quantum. When you treat a teacher who's having a hard day and struggling through things and wrestling through things as a person, they go home, they're different with their kids, right? You treat a student different. You treat another principal who's having a challenge, see them as a people. When they feel seen and heard and valued by you, best chance they'll go and do that with others. When they feel like they're just an object, what's in their head when they're going home, right? So you get a chance to have that influence because of the position you're in. So thank you for all your commitment to this. Thank you for the work you do in this district. It's just been an absolute honor to be part of this. I'm super excited about your new superintendent and the opportunities that are ahead of you here at this district. So thank you. Thank you. So.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn this meeting at 3:04 p.m.